Welcome back to the final chapter of our project management app series. In this episode, we are taking things to the finish line. Standalone project screen, detailed overviews, full task management with add, update, and delete, a beautiful timeline chart powered by Matplotlib, task comments, file attachments, and of course, our powerful system dashboard. Let's bring it all together and complete the app. So we created a splash screen from the start, right? Then we had this login screen. So let's quickly log in, right? Right. So in today's video, right, we're gonna work on this dashboard. So before we work on this dashboard screen, we're just gonna work on this first. So here, right, we're gonna see the information about our project, right? So the project that we selected is our website overhaul. And here we can see the image assigned to that project, the project status, start date, end date, and the description of the project, right? So down here, we're going to see our overview, right? So all our tasks, right, they're going to be arranged by status. If the status is to do, it's going to be here. And if it's under review, it's going to be here. So this one is in progress, right? So this one is under in progress, right? And here we can add comments. So here we have two comments. So let's quickly add a comment here. Right. So let's just say demo, right? Okay. So now we have the comment down here, right? So also we can add attachments, right? So here you can add an attachment. So let's just quickly do that. Um Let me just select this one, file name. So let's call it demo, then add it. So now we have it here, right? Also, we're gonna be able to add all our tasks, right? The, they're gonna have a title, description, what the task is assigned to, start date, due date, status, right? So you can also search here, right, and search and see which task that you're looking for, right? Then we have the timeline screen, right? So this displays our timeline, right? So this is a chart. So here we have task two, right? So there was a typo, it's written tasks, right? Then we have our last dummy task. There we have it, right? Then we have task three. So this is our project timeline. So if you want the code to everything we're gonna do today, right? It's going to be in the video description. The link is there to my GitHub repository. So get your text editors ready and let's code. So before we start, right, we're just gonna run this and see where we left off. Okay, so in this video, right, in today's video, what we're gonna work on is this, right? So when you press a project, we need to show that project here. And after seeing their project, we should be able to see, we should have like a dashboard where we're gonna see that the tasks that we have, whether they are done, on hold, cancelled, or done, right? Then now we're gonna see some tasks and we're gonna add some graphs there, some charts. We can add a bar chart, a Gantt chart. Then we can have a project timeline also. So I'm just gonna get rid of this and when I start coding. So what we need to do here is our projects, right? Like viewing each project, we made it a model, right? So we need to look for models with Pi. Um, let's look for project models. We have it. We have staff model. Oh, it was a pop-up. Add project model, project model. So we're gonna need this one here. Excuse me. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cut this and paste it at the bottom. So I'm gonna paste it here like this. Get rid of one line. Okay. So let's look at our views folder. Let's look at projects and projects.py. So what we're gonna need from this one is we're gonna need a user ID and we're gonna need projects. So I'm just gonna select this from here we're not gonna need this search, but I'm just gonna copy it, then remove it. Well, once I'm done pasting it inside the models.py file. Okay, so only gonna need it up to here. Let's open models.py and paste everything here, right? So what we're gonna do here is we need cart. Yeah, we're gonna need it. So let's import it. Okay. Let's see. Show project to DB. We're gonna need this one. We're not gonna need this search function. So let's get rid of it. Right. We're going to need user ID. So let's get rid of it. Let's get rid of it here. We're not gonna need these three. So let's get rid of them. We're not gonna need this user ID. So what we can do, right, we can say on ID, right? So if we trigger this ID variable, right, that's when we're gonna run this self.show projects in DB. Then here we're gonna say select all from projects where, now we're saying where ID, right? So this is going to be self.id. So I'm just gonna add an underscore next to this ID. Then add it here also. Then I'm gonna open projects.py. Then I'm gonna look for it. Where is it? Here. Okay, no, it's not here. Let me scroll up. So let me reduce the size of this. On projects, add projects. Where do we have it? Oh, it is inside the home. Let me open home.py. Right. So here navigation tab, right? There's this one. So let me add an underscore here. Then open buttons.py. It's inside our widgets folder. Where do we have this button? Custom drop down, flat navigation tab here. So I'm going to add an underscore here. Control S, save it. So let's navigate back to models.py. So what we're gonna do here is we're just gonna say this is gonna change to project, since we're going to be fetching only one project, right? Okay, project in DB. This should be fine. We're gonna work on this in a minute. Okay. So underneath our ID, screen our project in DB, right? So what we need here, we need some variables. So the first one, we're just gonna call it project underscore name, and this is going to be a string property, right? So I'm gonna duplicate this. I'm gonna copy it, then paste it 4 more times, right? So the second one is going to be description, like this. Okay. And this one is going to be start. So it's going to be start date. And this one is going to be end date underscore date. This needs to be status. Okay. So what we need to do here, right? We just need to update these when we fetch our project, right? Then let's look at this date thing. So we can leave this date thing like this, right? So let's add another variable. So I'm just gonna add it at the top here. So this is going to be project image like this. Control S. So here, right, we can just update these variables on top here straight from this for loop here, right? Then output path. Let me look at this. Okay. Let's look at projects.py, right? So what was the name of our image? Okay, so this was the name of our image, right? So I'm just gonna copy this line here. Then navigate back to models.py, and let me just paste it here for now, right? Then I'm gonna copy these. Then I'm gonna paste them here. So what I'm gonna do here, right? So name is going to be this one here. Paste it. And description, that's image, but anyways, let me just paste this here. Description, like this. In start date at index 4. End date. So let me copy this and paste it here. Status going to be string x and index 6. Like this. So I'm going to get rid of this data dictionary, right? Then I'm gonna copy this here. Then paste it here like this. But we need to replace this name with this one here. Or we can just put a name variable on top here. The name is equal to, so let's paste this here, right? So let's just say x at index 2, like this, right? Then this here can just remain the same like this. So let me get rid of this. So after doing this, right, let's just open project file real quick. So we need to copy this here, right? So that we can get rid of any spaces inside our image file name, right? Because if you look at down here, right, we're getting rid of any spaces. Let's say a project is named my name, right? And there's a space between my and name, right? So here we're just gonna get rid of the space and replace it with an underscore, right? So here, right, I need to paste it somewhere here. So I'm just gonna paste it like this, right? So name is going to be let's take this and paste it here, right? Like this. Then we're gonna say this name. We're just gonna get rid of the spaces, right? Then we're gonna add an ID to our text, right? So that it's going to be unique. Let's say we have two project names that are similar to each other, right? So now that we've done this, we're not gonna need this line here. So I'm gonna get rid of it like this. So now this name is being passed to this name. And here we need to add self, right? Self dot. So I'm just gonna copy this. Then paste it here and here, like this, like this, like this. Control S, save it, right? Why do we have so many errors here, right? with open, blah, 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 blah. So we don't have these data. So let's get rid of this line here like this. So now let's look at this function and see where we have issues, right? Okay, so we need a closing parenthesis here, right? Like this. Okay, so now we don't have any errors here. So this should be fine for now, right? If we get any errors, we're just gonna come and look at them and fix them, right? So what we need to do here is we need to work on a KV code part, right? So I'm just gonna scroll up, select this part, Control D, then project model. Let's look at this. So here, what we can do is we can say root dot we'll call it project name, right? Root dot project underscore name like this. And what else? What else? What else? Okay, so now we don't have anything else here, right? So what we can do is we already have, okay, this one is already all vertical, the orientation set to vertical, right? So we can have this one, let's see. We need to display a few things, right? So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna inside this box layout, I'm gonna give it a size it y of none, and right, I'm gonna set it to, what can we do here? So let's see. Okay, I'm gonna split right here, right? So I can have another tab open on the right side. Then inside that one, I'm gonna Control D. Okay. So we are going to change this. Then we're gonna say on ID, right? So once we populate this, then we're gonna run this, right? Let me just do that. So on ID underscore like this. So this is gonna take in self instance instance. Okay, then it's gonna take in ID underscore like this, right? Save it. Okay, so here we have project image, project name, right? So let me minimize the size of this. Okay, this should be fine. So what height can I give this? Okay, let's start with okay, let's give each label a height of we're gonna put labels so that we can display the name, description, start date, end date, and what so on, right? So we're gonna need status, end date, start date, right? So if we give each one of these, that's 30, right? 30 each, so that's 90. Description, we can leave it with maybe about 60 display pixels. Then the name is going to be displayed at the top, so we're not gonna include this at the height in there. So we're gonna say 90, 60, 150. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's set it to 180 display pixels. Then we can adjust it from there, right? Then let's give it some spacing of let's say 20 display pixels like this. Then let's not give it any orientation, right? So inside here, let's say the box layout like this. And we're gonna say size underscore int underscore x. We're gonna set it to none. And our width We're going to set it to self dot height, right? So it's going to be 180 display pixels wide, right? So let's give this a background. So here we're going to say canvas dot before, then we're going to say color RGBA. So we're going to set this to white, right? So RGBA, and then parentheses, inside parentheses, we're going to say hashtag, then put 6Fs, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Then underneath our color, we're gonna say rounded rectangle like this, right? Then we're gonna say size. It's going to be self.size. Then cause going to be self.cause like this. Then let's give it a radius, right? So we're just gonna give it a radius of 20 display pixels. So let's put our square brackets. Then we're gonna say DP parentheses, and inside parentheses we're gonna say 20 like this. Then let's give this a source, right? So we're gonna say source. So this is going to be a background image, right? When I say root dot, so we call it what? Project image. So I'm gonna control D, control C, and control V it here like this. Then next to this box layout, right? That's gonna act as our image, right? We're gonna add a box layout like this. Then when I give it an orientation of vertical, then when I give it some spacing, so here we're just gonna add 10 display pixels. So because I don't want that box to look like extra huge, right? I don't want you to take much space for the text that's going to appear on the side of it. So I'm just gonna add 10 display pixel like this. So let's give this a size into Y, right? And some height of we had decided on what again? 30 display pixels, right? So we need to duplicate this 3 times so that we can put our start date, end date, and status, right? So I'm gonna select this, paste it 3 more times, right? Then I'm gonna put an MD label down here like this. Then I'm gonna say text. It's going to be root dot. So we're not gonna give this any size twice, so that where do we have the description? So that let's say we have a very long description, right? So it's just gonna fit itself into the remaining space, right? Since we're gonna say the first 30, then we're gonna add the spacing, the next 30, some spacing, this and some spacing, then the remainder of it is going to be taken up by this empty label. So here I'm just gonna say text root dot we copied it, so let's paste it here. So let's give it some font style, right? I'm just gonna set this to label. Then we're gonna set this to media. So we're just gonna leave this aligned to the left, right? Or by default, an MD label has the text aligned to the left. So we're gonna leave this like this for now, right? So now let's start working on these, right? So the first one that we can put here is let's say MD label like this. Then let's give it some text, right? So the text is going to be, let's start with status. So the first one is going to be status So let's give this some font style. So I'm just gonna copy these two here. Then I'll paste it here. So we need to type it once like this. Then let's make it bold. So a bold here is going to be true, right? I hope this looks okay, right? Because I'm just freestyling here. So I'm gonna copy it, Control C, and paste it here and here, right? Okay, so this needs to be end date. This needs to be start date. Should we make this lowercase? Let's make this lowercase. So start date, end date, like this, right? We need to give this some size. It X, right? So let's say, uh, let me just select this from here, right? So here we're gonna say size underscore int X. We're gonna set this to none, and our width we're gonna set it to, let's say, 100 display pixels, like this. That's 10 actually. Okay, Control S. So now we need to add some labels where we can display the information, right? Information that we're gonna be fetching inside our order view, right? So let's add another label down here. So I'm just gonna copy this here and paste it here, right? Then I will know we don't need this to be bold, but we can align this text to the right side. So H align, say it to right like this. Then this here needs to be root dot what do you call it? Project status. Control D, Control C, Control V to paste it here. So I'm going to copy this. Then I'm gonna paste it here and here, right? So this one is going to be project end date, and this one is going to be project start date, like this. So we need to fix this. We need to fix this typo also. Okay, that's done. So let's just put an empty box layout down here, right? So we can push everything upwards. So I'm just gonna copy this. Then I'm gonna paste it here like this, right? So I'm gonna try and run this and see if this works. Okay, let's click on this one. Okay, that didn't work. Unknown class MD label. Okay. This. Okay, so let me just select this. Control D, so we can select anyone with this typo, then fix it. So let's try and run it again. Okay. Oh, that seems to be the problem again. Unknown class MD label. Uh, Navigation tab as an attribute ID. Did you mean? Yeah, I meant that one. Navigation tab. Need to open on the pie. Where do we have our projects in DB, navigation, underscore navigation tab? Where do we have like the ID? Show project. Okay. We need to put an underscore here. Okay. Let's run it again. Okay. So we can see this, right? I think we should have an underline here, right? A line down here, like one display pixel. But I don't see why we're not getting our information here, right? So just gonna try an init function. So let's minimize this. Open models.py. Let's get rid of this line here. Okay. So this one didn't work, right? Um, we can actually get rid of these lines here from this one to here, right? Then inside here we just pass in ID. What am I doing now? Okay. So let's try and run it again. We're still not getting our information. Okay. Let's close this, minimize this. Okay. So here, let's say define, right? Let's put our init function here. So define underscore underscore net, right? So it's gonna take in self and I'm gonna put star star keyword arguments like this. Then super init. Then inside our init inside parentheses here after our underscore underscore init, right? We need to pass in keyword arguments again. So let me just copy it here. Then paste it inside here, right? Like this. Okay. Then let's create another fact check. So here we're just gonna say self dot just to be safe, let's use clock, right? From keep clock. So here I'm just gonna say clock dot schedule once, right? I'm gonna say self dot get underscore project underscore details comma one, right? So that it's just run as soon as the model opens. So let's copy this. Then let's paste it here, right? So let's get rid of this. And this one I'm just gonna put TD for time delta or delta time DT, whatever you put. You can just put an underscore because it's just gonna act as a placeholder, right? So let's save this and run it again. Okay, let's click here. We're still not getting anything, right? Okay, minimize it. So here, let's try printing our ID here, right? So we can see it inside the terminal. So print self dot ID underscore. So let's run it again. Okay, minimize it and see if we have anything inside here. So here we have 0, right? So which means we are not sending any ID to our model, right? So let's minimize this and open BOM. So here we have show project, right? Then we have instance dot so project. This one. Um, let's put an underscore here. Navigation tab. Wait. What am I doing here? I hope I didn't mess it up some more. So let's just run it real quick. Okay. Must be integers or slices, not strings. Okay. Seems as if you are getting something. So let's minimize this. Okay. So here we have this, right? What we can do, right? We can change the ID to a string property, right? Because this numeric, what is it? This one here tends to change things to float numbers, right? So here I'm just gonna say string property like this. Then this. Okay. So let's run it again. Project mode ID accepts only string, right? Okay. So we need to change this to a string like this. Run it again. Two parentheses must be integers or slices, not string. Fine. So now let's see what. So let's navigate to models.py, right? Let's just scroll downwards. Okay. This needs to be 0. So let's run it again. Okay. So now we have some information here, right? We need to add some padding here. Okay, so let's minimize this. Control D once again. Okay. So this didn't have any padding, right? Okay. Anchor X, vertical. So this had some padding. Okay, so let's check this here, right? Control X, then we need to paste this where let's paste it here. Shift tab it. Let's select everything from here to here, right? So let's try running it, then see if everything looks okay. And we might need to reduce the size of this. So I'm going to reduce it to 40 display pixels, right? So let's run it again. Okay. Click on our project. This is looking all right. So we might need to add an icon here, right? With this briefcase icon, right? So that it just looks a little bit okay. But before we proceed with that, um, hmm, okay, let's just do that first. Then we can create some navigation here. Then you can have an overview of the single project. We can have the timeline. We can see the tasks and so forth, right? So let's minimize this. Then where do we have it? Right here. So here, let's put a float layout. Right. Then let's give this a size into X of none and the width. Let's set the width to self.height, right? So it's going to be a square. And I think we should give this a canvas dot before a background color, right? And make it rounded. So I'm gonna paste this here. But instead of putting display pixels inside there, I'm just gonna put 5. Because if you put 20 in here, it's going to be a circle. So I'm just gonna put 5, save it. There's a color that I'm looking for. Let me open home. Now we need the home.kv. This one here. Where do we have the logo? Okay, this color. Uh, let's paste it here, right? Then projects, briefcase outline. Okay. So inside this float layout, not here, right? Inside this float layout, we're gonna put an MD icon, and the icon is going to be briefcase outline, like this, right? Then let's say theme text color, because we want this icon to be white in color. So theme text colors needs to be white. So theme text color is going to be custom, like this, and text underscore color is going to be 6 Fs, like this. And let's give this a position hint. So pause hint. Gonna need some curly braces, quotes. So we're gonna say center underscore X. We're gonna set this to 0.5. Then we're gonna put center Y. Center underscore Y, like this. It's going to be 0.5, like this. So this should put our icon in the center, right? So let's just run it and see if we didn't mess up anything. Okay. This is looking all right. So now let's work on creating a navigation bar down here, right? Let's minimize this. Okay. So let me just add an extra box layout here. So here, right? Let's give this box layout some. Do we need to give it some orientation? Now let's just give it a size int y of none, and height, let's set it to 40 display pixels, like this, right? Okay, let me just create some space here, reduce the size of this. So inside there, we need to add some navigation tab, right? So let's navigate to patterns.py. Okay, we have it up here, right? So here we have navigation tab, and navigation tab was for the horizontal navigation tabs, right? So I'm just gonna control D, control C, and inside we're only gonna pass in an icon and text, right? Okay. It's gonna have an icon. The first one, let's give it an icon of view dash dashboard dash outline, right? and some text. And when I give you some text, let's call it overview. Like this. Now we don't need to give this, we give it a width. Let's first design it first, then see if we're gonna give some width or not. Right. So what else can we put here? Let's give it that group. So group here is going to be, let's just say project underscore nav, like this. And let's give it some state. When I set this to down, like this, then what I was gonna put on state, right? So this is what's gonna happen when the state is set to down, right? So on state, we're gonna say we need to create an ID, right? Like a screen manager, and give it an ID. So let's create the ID, right? So when I say project underscore screen manager, like this, dot current is equal to, let's just put empty quotes for now, right? Because we don't have any screens inside our code just yet. So how many times should we paste this, right? So we can have an overview. We can have some tasks. We can have a project timeline, and we can add some charts in there. But we can just, for the purpose of this video, we just want to add one chart. Maybe we can put a Gantt chart and a bar chart. I don't know. So Gantt chart, bar chart. That's true. I'm gonna need project timeline 3, some tasks 4. So we're gonna put 5 buttons, right? So let me copy this, paste it 4 more times, like this. Then let's see, what else do we need to do, right? So let's scroll downwards, and inside this box layout here, we need to put a screen manager. Let's give it an ID of project screen manager. Then we're gonna put some screens in here. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so I'm gonna need 6 screens, right? So okay, then just select this, hold out and press up. So here, let's put a screen and let's give it a name. So let me just look at our views folder, right? We have home screen, login, project. So we don't have a screen named overview. So we're just gonna call this one overview screen. Then whenever we're working on the dashboard, we're just gonna call it dashboard. Then this one inside the projects model, we're just gonna call it overview. So inside here, I'm gonna say overview underscore screen, right? So I'm gonna copy this, paste it a few more times, like this, right? So let me just split right here. Okay. So the first one is overview, right? And the second one, let's just put this needs to be overview screen. Then this, we need to put our tasks, right? So when I say tasks, then which icon can we use here? Let's try format list dash checkbox, like this, right? Excuse me. So this needs to be task underscore screen. So let's add an S here. Select it, Control D, Control C, then paste it here, right? So the third one, you will need to have like a, what can we call it? Timeline, right? So let's put a clock here. So this is going to clock outline, right? Then this is going to be timelines like this, right? Um, this needs to be timeline screen, timeline underscore screen like this. Control D, Control C. So let's paste it here, right? Then here we need to put some. Yeah, we need to show the critical part of our project, right? So this one here, let's just call it critical part. On this, and now let's try chart line, right? For our icon here, save it. So this is going to be critical part screen, critical underscore part underscore screen like this. So let's copy it and paste it here, right? So we're gonna need a Gantt chart, right? You can add more charts, mid-broken charts that you want, but for this one, I'm just gonna put critical path. Then I'm gonna put a Gantt chart and maybe a bar chart. So this needs to be Control D, Gantt, zip double N or double T. Let me put double T, Gantt. Oh, it's double T. Okay, Gantt chart like this, and this is going to be Gantt underscore chart underscore screen. So let's copy and paste it here, right? Which icon can we use? Let's try histogram, right? Now we need to put it here. So chart dash histogram like this, right? Let's see. Yeah, let's put a bar chart. But I'm not feeling like putting it here, right? But anyways, let's just put a bar charts, right? And our icon just gonna say chart bar, right? Okay, and this is going to be bar underscore chart underscore screen. Okay. What else? What else? So let's run this, right, and see how our navigation tab or the horizontal ones works, right? Excuse me. If it's not looking good, then you can edit inside our buttons.py file. So just click rerun. Click here. These ones are not looking too good, to be honest. But anyways, minimize it. So I'm gonna get rid of this state here. And here, so that we can only leave the one on top with the state set to down whenever we run our thing, right? Let's rerun it. Uh, I don't know. So I'm thinking of making sure that this icon changes color whenever the text change color, right? Then we get rid of this line at the bottom here. Then we just make sure that we can have some background color at the back. That's what I'm thinking. Okay, so minimize this. We need buttons to pie. So let me control D here. Okay, height. We need to up this to 40 display pixels. Then we need to get rid of that line at the bottom. Year one. Okay, here it is. Then close this. So that's the cover, right? So then copy this. Where do we have our icon? Okay. We need to get rid of this bold here. I don't think we're gonna need this box layout here. We have padding here. So left and right is set to 10. Top and bottom is 0. So we have spacing of 4 display pixels here. We might need to, let's just comment it out, right? Then I'm gonna select these and shift tab them once. Get rid of this box layout here, like this. Orientation, let's get rid of this orientation. And what else? Okay, let's give this a background color. So here we need to say canvas dot before. And here we're gonna give this, excuse me, color. So RGBA, yeah, when I set it to, okay, let's leave it empty for now, right? Let's say rounded rectangle. Pause is going to be self.pause. Then size is going to be self.size. And radius is going to be, let's put 20 display pixels. Like this. Save it. Let's scroll upwards, right? Okay, so I'm gonna copy this line here. Then I'm gonna, so let's run it. Okay, so let's click on our project. Okay, so this is now looking much better, but the navigation tabs are too huge, right? So I'm just gonna give them some size int X, maybe of 100 display pixels. Then leave out some empty space on the right side here, right? Then underneath here, we're gonna have some screens rotating. So let's minimize this. Navigate to models.py. So I'm just gonna select everything here, right? Press right arrow, enter, tab once. So you're gonna say size underscore int underscore X. I'm gonna set this to none, and width, we're gonna set it to 100 display pixels, like this, right? So let's run it again. Before we do, let's just add an empty box layout underneath our last navigation tab. So just want to say box layout, like this, right? So let's run. Okay, so for the critical part and the Gantt chart, right? 100 display pixels is not enough, right? And even this bar chart here. So I'm just gonna up out there. Overview is fine, task is fine, timeline is fine. So this one, These two, we can up it up to maybe 130 display pixels or 150. Then this one 130. So let's minimize this. So for a bar chart, I'm just gonna say 120. Then for this one, let's say 150, and this one 150. Okay, 150 is too much. This one is fine. So let's reduce this to 130 and this to 130. Then we can work on our overview screen down here. Okay, excuse me. So to create our overview screen, right? Let's open our terminal. Okay, I need to close this and open it again. Okay, fine. So here, right, we need to navigate to the views folder so that we can use this create screen.py file. Right? So here when I say cd views, and once we are inside our views folder, when I say python space create underscore screen.py, then when I put the name of our script, which is overview, right? Then press enter. Then in our terminal, you can see that screen overview created successfully, right? So let's minimize our terminal and navigate to our views folder and open overview. Before we do anything to this screen, right, we need to open our app folder and I need the .py file. Scroll up. Let's copy this line here. Then let's change stuff to overview, and this one here to overview, right? Now let's open model.py and let's change this screen to overview, right? So to test if this works, right, let's just put a button in here like this. So let's give it some text, or you cannot just put some text because we're just gonna remove it as soon as we're done running this. So let's just say this is a test and let's put an exclamation mark. Okay, now let's run it. Okay, so let's open our project. Okay, as you can see now we have our screen here, right? And if we change screens, then now we are in the task screen, right? So let's turn to overview and we can work on this one here, right? So what we're gonna do inside this overview screen, like we're just gonna have like a list of all our tasks, right, for this project, for that certain project that we'll be viewing, right? So if let's say that task is on hold, it should appear under a header written on hold. Then if it's cancelled, it should appear under a header written cancelled and so forth. Like so, what we're gonna do is we're just gonna have 5 um categories, right? So for now, let's just put some comments. So I'm just gonna Control C and paste this 4 more times. Then write whatever I'm gonna put underneath each one, right? Excuse me. I'm just checking my phone for a bit. Um, so right here, the first one we should just say to do like this. And the mm, second one, let's put what can I put on the second one? Let's put in progress, right? Third one, we should say under review. Under review, let's put some spacing here. Excuse me. Should we have cancelled first or we put completed? Uh, let's put cancelled at the end. And here we'll put completed. Right. So let's create some space, and some space here. All right. So what we're just gonna do is we're just gonna create it the same way. Just gonna put some header and scroll view with the grid layout in it, right? Then we're just gonna paste them here. Then we're just gonna differentiate the names like our grid layout IDs. Then we're just gonna give it some different colors, and that's what we're just gonna do. So underneath here, let's put a box layout and give it some orientation of vertical and some spacing. Should we put some spacing of 10 display pixels? Let's try 20 display pixels, right? We need to get rid of this button here. Okay. Let's put what you call it, an MD label here, right? Like this. So let's give it a size int y of the none and some height of 30 display pixels should be fine. All right. So let's give it some text. And we're gonna call this the first one was to do, right? So we're gonna set our row to medium, right? Then we're gonna say h align center, and let's make it bold. Bold is going to be true, right? Then we need to fix this real quick. Okay, Control S. Um, underneath this MD label, we need to add a box layout. And inside this box layout, we need to add a scroll view. Right, Control S. So here we have our projects.py, right? We need projects.kv. We just copy this like this, copy it, navigate back to models.py. Now we need the overview. So we're gonna paste this. What did I just do here? Seems as if I didn't copy it. Okay. So this needs to be to-do list, right? To underscore do underscore list, right? So, um, do I need this line here? What- let's see. So, okay, fine. Let's copy this. Then paste it here, 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 and here, right? We might add some colors here, maybe after, maybe when displaying the, what you call it, the tasks that we have, right? Then we can have those tabs in colors, or we can just like, excuse me, we can put some colors maybe around the label here. But okay, let's first design the task tabs that we're gonna show inside the overview, then see if we need to change the colors. So this one here needs to be consult list, right? And this needs to be consult, excuse me. This needs to be done like this. Uh, or completed sounds better. Completed list. So let's change this to completed like this. This under review, okay. So under underscore review like this. Uh, okay, much better. And this one is in progress, right? So let's put a dash here like this. And this is going to be in underscore progress like this. And this one is to do, so this one can stay the same. You just have to make these two O's lowercase, right? So control D, then lowercase O like this. So control save it. Just to see if everything is looking okay, I'm just gonna run this. Okay. So these need to be horizontal. So let's minimize this. Get rid of these vertical orientation. Okay. Might look better when we put the what call it tabs inside here, right? So let's minimize this. And here we're spacing of let's up this to 20 display pixels. Okay. So now we need to open overview.py. Okay, so it seems as if we got rid of the projects.py screen too soon, but let's just open it up again, right? So here we are definitely gonna need this function here. Show projects here. We're gonna need this one. We don't need the search one, but we're just gonna copy it. Okay. Let's copy everything up onto here, right? Control C. Let's open overview.py, and we're just gonna paste everything here like this, right? So let's get rid of the search function here. Okay, backspace. So let's import. We're not gonna need these three, right? So let's get rid of them. Let's import this one. import from Kiwi properties. This one is from Kiwi.clock. Import JSON. Data.connection. Yeah, we need this one. Let's import path. One pop-up. We need data GBA from kiwi.utils. Okay. So are we going to need these two? I don't know. But let's just get rid of them. Right. So let's scroll up, right? We didn't import this one. Thought I did. But anyways, save it. So let's look at create.py, right? So let me just open it and split it to the right. So here we have task, right? So we're gonna use user ID and project ID to fetch this, right? Then this is going to be a foreign key, right? So we're gonna need to fetch this. What else is a foreign ID? Project ID. Okay, fine. Okay. So let's scroll down. Before we do that, let's change this to. Let me just select everything. Yeah. And this is going to be just in DB, right? So we're gonna need these functions, like we're gonna need like 5 of them, because we're gonna have one for cancelled, one for to do, and one for not. But when fetching our information, right, we just pass everything using this one function, right? So this one is going to separate ones that are to do, those under review, those cancelled. So here, right, I'm going to paste this. So now we have 5, right? So this one is going to be to underscore do in DB, right? And this is going to be in underscore progress in DB. This is going to be, let's open overview, right? So you have to do in progress. This should be under review. So underscore review in DB. This is going to be completed in DB, and this is going to be cancelled, right? So we're not going to put the logic of this now, right? I just want to put them here so that I can remember them. So I'm going to copy this, scroll upwards, and paste them here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get rid of these here. Then select everything here like this. Space equal to list property. Then we put parentheses here like this. Okay, so now we need to copy this and paste it 4 more times. So what we're gonna do, right, is once we populate these list variables, right? Once they are disturbed, these on functions, right? These are just gonna be called automatically, right? So this needs to be on true underscore do like this. So let me just select these parts. Then this needs to be on under review. The underscore review like this. This needs to be on completed. So I'm to do on under review, on in progress. On completed like this, and this needs to be on cancel. Right. So we're gonna work for on the logic for this, but we don't have it for now, right? So let's just scroll up. So let's select these here and paste them here. So here we're just gonna make sure that whenever we call this function, whenever we open and view the overview screen, right, we're just gonna make sure that these are set to empty. So that when we don't have to manually clear the grid layouts that we're gonna be using as tables, right? So we're just gonna make sure that we set this to 0 and to empty. So whenever these list variables are disturbed, right, and set to empty, they're gonna clear all the information from our tables, right? Then when we add something, that's when they're gonna populate those tables. So you're just gonna set them to empty like this. And we need to write a function to fetch information from here, right? We need to make these triple quotes. So right here, right? Let's just type this inside. So here we need to say select, right? So what are we selecting? So here we're just gonna say this needs to be lowercase. So t dot id, right? Or we can just say t a star, right? Like everything inside our task, right? Comma. Then we need to fetch our staff member, right? So here we're gonna say s dot name as staff underscore name like this, right? Comma. Now we don't need to do the comma. Then shift tab, just gonna say from task t. Then now we need to join so that we can fetch our staff member name, right? So here we're gonna say we need to say left, not felt. Left join. Excuse me. Staff as on t dot assigned to underscore to is equal to s dot ID, right? The ID of the staff member, right? So now we need to add the where clause, right? So that we can fetch only staff members or only tasks that are particular to a certain user, or where, hey, what's happening? Where T is there to be lowercase. T dot user underscore ID is equal to percentage S and T dot project ID underscore ID is equal to percentage S also, right? So this should be fine. This should allow us to fetch the information that we want, right? So now, what kind of information do we need here? Right? So this is our task, right? So we're gonna need the title, description, assigned to then due date and status. Okay. Uh, so what we're gonna do, right? We're not gonna need the ID, user ID, project ID, because we're not gonna use this screen to update or delete anything. Just need to use it to show some information, the overview of it, of our project or of our task, right? So here we have ID. This needs to be this title, right? Then this needs to be description. Okay, so this is fine. Then we have assigned to. Then we have due date. Then we have status, right? So if we wanna see the name of let me just select this here. Of the one this thing is assigned to, just gonna do this. We're gonna say string at index 7 or like this, right? So we do have an image, right, for our tasks. Let me just check our database real quick. Okay, so here's our database, right? So I just paused it and skipped it to this so that you don't have to worry about the whole process of me opening my browser and whatnot, right? So here we have an image, right? So we need to push that stuff member names index one more so that we can create space for this image, right? So let's minimize this. So this needs to be at index 8 and this stays at index 7, right? So let's save it. So after doing all this, right, what we need to do now is we need to use this index. We need to use our status to determine if the status of our project is to do or it's in progress, under review, completed, or cancelled, right? So to do that, let's use some if statements. So here we're gonna say if status, right, or let's use, okay, let me do this, Control D, like this, is equal to let's say to. So we created here, there's some dummy information when you started this, right? So our information might be a bit different. So we're gonna change this when we add our own test, right? We're not working on the test screen, right? But for now, Just bear with me, right? So if um this, we need to append this one here, right? So I'm gonna copy this, then paste it here. I'm only gonna need this one. So let me paste this one here and here, and this needs to be else, right? So this needs to be elif, like this. So this is to do. This is in progress. Excuse me. This is under review. This is completed. And the last one is cancelled. So everything else is going to be sent to this cancelled.db list variable, right? Okay. So now we need to create our tab, right? So since we're gonna have a task screen, right? So we're just gonna call this one overview tab. So we don't have it yet, so let's just create it real quick. Now I'm gonna let's close project. Let's close all buttons. Let's close it. So let's leave models. This one, let's leave it for now. Let's open tables.py. So let me paste this. Then I'm gonna copy this one here. Then paste it here. Then I'm gonna take this one. Then paste it here. Right. So here we have an ID, right? We're gonna need, yeah, we're gonna need an image. So we're gonna need the source. This color, we're gonna need it. Nah, we're not going to need this color. We're just gonna, we might need it so that we can have like different colors, right, for each stage. Let's say to do is like blue, completed is green, cancelled is red, under review is like orange, and in progress is like blue, something like that, right? So let's just leave it here. So we're gonna need a title. So let's change this to title, and I need description assigned to due date. Then when I need status, right? So okay, this is going to be status like this. So we're not gonna need these two, right? So whenever we are updating, just gonna be using the same thing. So I'm just gonna copy this, then paste it underneath, and this one is going to be tasks tab like this, right? Excuse me. So I'm gonna select this here, right? Select it from here, hold shift, paste it 2 more times. So this is going to be task tab, and this one is going to be, let me just copy it from here. Overview tab like this. So now we need to redesign this thing to make it presentable, right? So what we can do here, right? Uh, we need to we don't need this line underneath here. Our height is set to 70 display pixels, right? So what we can do, right? Okay, we have a custom image here. And first, let's give it this an orientation of vertical, because I want the image to appear on top, right? Once the image appears on top, the title appears at the, just underneath it. Then all status, right? How do we design this thing? Let me think. But the first thing we need to show is our image, right? So if we say this is 70 display pixels wide, let's give this a size in Y and change this to height, right? Then we're gonna say it's going to be self.width, but then we're gonna have an issue where the image is going to be so huge that one task is just gonna take up a lot of space, right? But this just try it for now, and if it's not working, we're just gonna reduce the size of this thing. So you will need to say self.width like this. Then underneath this, right, we're gonna have our title. And it needs to be bold, right? So we're gonna say bold is going to be true, right? And I was thinking of something here. Um, I'm gonna say, I'm gonna put this thing here. So when I have a title, right, we might not need to display the status, right? Since if it's under review, it's just gonna be under the table head under review. So let's not display the status, right? But let's display the due date. Who the project is assigned to, like this. Then we need to display the description, right, at the bottom here. So we're not gonna need this button here. So let's get rid of it like this. Let's create, okay, let's put this one and this one inside box layouts, right? So that on the right side, we can have, let's say, a label saying due, right? Then on the right side, you can have when the project is due. Then we're gonna do this for the staff member, right? So here I'm gonna put a box layout. Then I'm gonna give this a size int x, size int y of none, right? And some height of, let's put 30 display pixels like this. Should we add some spacing? Let's just put some spacing. um 10 display pixels. So I'm putting 10, but I'd rather put 20, but I don't have much screens real estate to work with, so I'm just gonna put 10 here. Then I need to tab this inside. So let me duplicate, copy this, then paste it here. So this I'm just gonna put inside quotes and say you, right? So I'm gonna make this bold like this. Then I need to give this some sizing text. So you're gonna say size int underscore x going to be none, and our width is going to be, let's start with 80 display pixels. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this here and paste it here. Then I'm gonna tab this inside. So here I'm just gonna say team member, or let's just say assigned to. I hope it fits in within 80 display pixels. Okay, so we can leave this one like this, right? We can make the text smaller, right? Instead of medium, we can make it small. But for now, let's just work on fixing this and see how this looks. So our title, let's give it a size in y of 30 display pixels also. And if it's too small, we're just gonna increase the size. So this was a typo here. Okay. Okay, fine. Now let's get rid of this one, Chris. Uh, so here we have 70, right? 30, 60, 90. Okay, let's say 120, 140. And this one doesn't have any size yet. This one is going to cause us some problems, but for now, let's set this to 200. Let's try 250. So for now, we're just testing, right? Let's go back to overview and let's import this. Okay. So name here, let's just select everything. Name and set it to title. Then description is fine. I'm assigned to, then I'll need due date. Status is going to remain the same. So here it on console, right? Let's set this to a light gray color. Let's try F7, F7, F7. Then on complete, let me just pause this video and search for some colors on ChatGPT real quick. On console, let's put F44336, right? So this is like a red color. Then on completed, let me get rid of this. Okay, scroll back downwards. So on completed, right? Let's put a green color. Let's say 4CAF50. So we can play around if they don't look okay, right? 4CAF50, okay? Then in progress, right? In progress, let's put blue. Let's put a blue color. So let's try 2196F3, right? Then under review, we can put orange or yellow. Okay, yeah. So this needs to be FF9800. Then this one we should put let's put 9E9E9E. And if it's not looking okay, we can try what did we call it again? F7. It's the all of these two are just light gray colors. All right. So for now, let's close this. We're definitely gonna need overview.kv. So let me just split right here and just fetch our IDs. Right. So this one is cancelled list. So let me paste it. Yeah. Okay. This one is fine. Completed list. Nah, these are not the same. Okay. Under review list. Nah, this one. In progress list. To do list. Okay. So now should we try to run this? Let's see if we fixed our image sources, right? So this is name, title, place. Okay. This should be fine, but we don't have any images inside our database, right? But let's just run it and see if we don't get any errors. File string, wait, intermediate string literal. 80 display pixels. Where do we have 80 display pixels? Not enough parameters for the SQL statement. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. So here we only sending the user ID, right? So we need to send in the project ID also. So here I'm just gonna say comma. Um, I'm gonna send the project ID to this overview screen as a string, right? Because whenever we try to use numeric properties, everything just get turned into floats, and we may not be able to fetch our information that way. So let me just control D self dot, right. So let me copy this, scroll up and paste this here. So this needs to be a string property like this, right? So we need to fetch our project ID, right? So what if we just find a quick solution for now, right? Then whenever we're done with this, we're gonna come back and make something proper, right? Because what I'm thinking is we can just create another JSON file, right? Where we can just say call it project ID. Then we're gonna store that inside the project ID. Then we're gonna fetch it same way we do with this get user ID function, right? So let's just do that. Then we're gonna find a solution later where we can just do it and make it a little bit cleaner, right? So here, let me just copy this, paste it. Then this needs to be get project ID like this, right? So let me duplicate this. Like this. So let's call this one now project ID dot JSON like this. And this one, let's just say call it project. And this one, let's just call it file. Let's just say project ID file underscore ID underscore. Let's put it all here like this. Oh, that was a major typo. Okay, Control S, save it. So let's scroll up here. Then inside this, let's create a new file. Okay. So we called it what? Project ID dot JSON. So project underscore ID dot JSON. Project ID. Yeah. Okay. Fine. Save it. So let's not write anything here. Let's close it. Then let's open home.py. Let's close both of your projects. Okay, here. Show project, right? Then here what we do, right? We just pass in the information, our project ID to our JSON file, right? Or we can do it inside the what do you call it? The project model, but let's just do it inside here. Let's open login.py. Okay, we actually need this one. Copy this, get rid of it. Then let's paste it on top here. Right. So this is going to be project underscore ID. Um we could let's just say project underscore ID like this. Then here let's take this, get rid of it like this. This here is going to be, we called it instance.id, right? So let me just copy this line here and paste it here like this. Then this needs to be a project ID. And this needs to be lowercase project underscore ID, right? So this should fix it, right? So let's try running it and see first if we can get this printed in here. Let's close it. Let's close it. Let's not make it a string. Let's leave it like a string and then let's run it. That's still way too long. Okay, let's click here. Unknown column is the title and field list. Okay, go check it out. Minimize this. Let's open this file. Okay, so we have our project ID, right? It's saved as a float. Okay, we need this. Let's make it a string, right? Or we can just get rid of this part here. We just make sure we just send in the number only. All right. So here, right? Let me just put this inside parentheses. Then here, let's say int, right? So that we change it to an integer. So let's try running it again and see if this works. Click here, close, minimize this. Okay. Now we only get one, right? So now we should be able to get the information, right? So let me close it. So unknown column s dot title a field list. Okay, so let's close it. Minimize this. Overview. S dot title. This should be s dot name. Let's run it again. Int object is no attribute. Replace int attribute is no. So our image is at index what now? Uh, 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 uh. Okay, so let's look at our table real quick, right? I wanna check something. So create the pi, right? So we have this, right? So 0, 1, 2, 3. So title should start at index 3, right? It's at index 2. So let's make this 3. Then this is going to be 4, 5, 6, 7, and this needs to be 9, and this needs to be 8, right? So let's try rerunning it. Int object is now attribute replace, right? Uh, okay. This has to be index 3. So let's run it again. But we don't have information in here. Okay, so we have this one. We have cancelled. This is looking so horrible. So let's try and increase the size of this thing. I wanna see something. If we can design it to look a little bit good, right? Then we can make sure that we set the size of this thing to be fluid, right? So that it just takes up the minimal height that's available. So let's try and design this thing first. Then we can worry about the sizing and all that stuff. So let's minimize this. Let's open tables.py. Let's increase this to 300. And let's open overview.kv where we have cancelled. So let's add some spacing. And let's set it to 20 display pixels, right? Let's save it and run it again. Bye. Okay, click this here. There's some spacing here. And these are still too small, right? Tables.py. We need to make this rounded rectangle. And let's add some radius. And set these to, excuse, um, let's set this to 20 display pixels. 20 display pixels should be fine. Right, so let's see. Padding is set to, so let's just add padding everywhere. Right. So let's run it. Was never closed. Okay, this one. Assigned to true. Then the description is set to true also. Well, what's happening here? Minimize this. Let's up it to 350 display pixels. So we're just doing this to test everything out. Then once we find a solution, we're just gonna stick to one thing. Okay. So this is the title. It's due on this date. It's assigned to. So what we need to do, right? Reduce the size of this one, of the width. Then we align these two to the right. Uh, let's look at this. Okay. with 80, and this one is what? 80 display pixels. So this set it to 60. Then let's align this to the right. So edge align right like this. So I'm gonna copy this. Then I'm gonna paste it here. So this needs to be description. This is assigned to due date. Let's look at overview pi. So where are we sending? Assigned to, this needs to be, okay, we're using stuff name, right? But we're not using it anywhere else. So what we can do, right? I'm gonna take this like this. Okay, so let's paste this here. Then we're not gonna be using this one, so we get rid of it. So let's rerun it. Okay. So here we have this is assigned to Sophia Lee. Then we have the description here. Here's the title. Um, or should we get rid of the images, or we can just show the images when we're working on this one here? Let's try that and see if that looks okay. Okay, here. There should be some sizing to X here. And I'm not feeling this red color, but for now, let's leave it there. And then we're just gonna edit it out. Once we're done, found a solution to this nonsense. So this is set to 30 display pixel size in Y. This one also. This one also. So why were we getting a lot of space in between these things? Because this one should have just pushed everything upwards. Okay, so this one is size. Let's see if we have a typo. No, we don't. And we don't have a typo. So what was the issue there? Ugh, okay, let's redesign this thing, right? So here, okay, wait, let's not do that just now. Let's add a box layout. Then I'm just gonna copy this, paste it here, remove the comments. So let's give it a height of 70 display pixels. Like this. Then let's copy this background color here. And let's paste it here. Are we going to need a GF bar? Okay, fine. Tab it. Excuse me. So what we're gonna do, right, is on the top left corner, we're gonna make it 20 display pixels, the radius, right? Then on the right top corner, we're gonna make it 20 display pixels also. 0, like this, right? So it's going to be rounded over the top. and straight on the bottom, right? Then let's put some sauce here. It's going to be roach dot sauce, and let's make this white. So this needs to be hashtag 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're gonna put 6 Fs for white. So now that we've done this, right, let's create a box layout. Let's not use this custom image widget, right? So let's get rid of it. Then here, let's create a box layout. So this is going to have some height of 40 display pixels. So our size in, we're gonna set it to none, and our height is going to be 40 display pixels. And I'm gonna give this some spacing. Let's give it some spacing of 10 display pixels, right? So let's get rid of this size inch here. Then let's tap this MD label inside. Then underneath this MD label, let's put a float layout. Then let's say size int underscore x. I'm gonna set it to none. And our width is going to be self dot height like this. Then inside here, let's add an MD icon. All right. Um, right. So let me just scroll up and copy these lines here. So our icon here should be an exclamation mark, right? The text color is meant to be root dot bg underscore color. Should we make it this icon, or we just make the background this color, then we make everything white? But let's put the icon first, then make the icon white, right? So let's get rid of this. Then we maintain these 30, so we have 30 here. So 10 for the spacing, 40, 50 for the spacing, 80, 90, 130, 140, 210. So let's put 230 just to start, then you can see how this looks. So let's run it again. Okay, not bad, right? But we haven't changed the background color of this thing, so we can see our icon. Okay, so let's minimize this. So this here, right? Let's say RGBA and hashtag F7, F7, F7 like this, right? Okay, so let's just scroll downwards, right? Here, let's put alert circle outline. So here, let's just say alert, this should be lowercase, alert dash circle outline like this, right? So let's run it and see what we have. Okay, so let's click on this. So this is what we have, right? This is looking okay. So let's move this icon to the left side. That should look much better. Then get rid of this padding. Then just make sure that the image takes up this space here, right? Might need to increase the size of this part here. Okay, so I'm going to minimize this. Then scroll up, heading. So I'm gonna remove it here, right? Then do we need it here? Okay, so I'm gonna put some here. Then I'm gonna put some here also. Okay, let's create a box layout here. Right, so I'm going to paste this here. So I'm gonna have padding on the so here I'm going to add padding in the left, right, and bottom part, right? Then just leave the top part without any padding. So here I'm just gonna say 10 display pixels, then 10 display pixels, 10 display pixels. So right here we should have 0 like this, so that we don't have padding at the top, right? Then after doing this, I'm gonna tab this inside like this. Then I'm gonna give this a size in Y. Of none. Then some height. Just to be safe, I'm just gonna put should I say 50 display pixels? So let me, this here should be 10, comma 0 like this. Same at here. So this one is gonna remain like this, right? So we might need to play around with our size here, our height here, right? So I'm just gonna run this now and see how this looks, right? So I need to put this here also before I forget, right? So let's run it again. We're spending much time on this widget. Okay, seems as if the height is fine, right? So might just need to increase the height a little bit. But then we don't have an image here, right? So we're not able to judge if our height is okay, right? So I think I'm just gonna open SAMP and upload the image from there. Okay, so I've opened my SAMP app, right? I'm just gonna look for project management. Okay, here it is. Let's open our tasks. Okay, so we're just gonna add some images here. Oh, okay, so we can see that we were seeing two widgets right inside our cancelled tab, right? But then inside our database we have pending and pending, right? So it seems as if we have something throwing errors, or we're sending to the wrong user ID or something, but then we're just gonna fix it. So here, let me just edit this one, choose an image. Okay, let me just take any random images, right? So let me just select this one. Okay, So let me do the same for this one. So let me check this one. Let me check this one also. Uh, so let's try this one. Okay. So let's proceed with our. So we just need to look at overview the pie, right? And scroll downwards. So on cancelled list, this is on completed. So let's see, maybe the issue is somewhere here, right? So this should be in progress with space. Under review, completed. Oh, that one was pending, right? So that's why it got sent to this one because it didn't have anything like these are the list variables, right? Because there was no to do, no progress, no under review, completed. So we might as well just change progress to pending or under review. So let me try this. Like this. So let's run our app and see what our images are looking like. So let's click here. Okay. So this is looking okay, right? But we might need to make the background a bit darker. But I think this widget is looking alright. So we should be getting something here under in progress, right? So let's minimize this. Under review, in progress, pending, need tables, the pie. So let's make that darker, right? So let's try F5, F5. Oh, we might use a custom box layout, right? So that it has like what you call it? The custom box layout we made, it has a shadow effect around it. So we can just use that if this doesn't work. Okay. I think we're gonna need a custom box layout. So overview tab, right? Okay. So this, let's put a custom box layout here. Okay. So we're seeing some padding, right? But it's only at the bottom, right? So which means our what do you call it? Let me just open overview though. This should have some padding, right? So what we can do is we can get rid of let's just add some padding. Out of 10 display pixels so that we can have the widgets can have some room to what you call it to display their shadows. So if this works, then we're gonna put it in other grid layouts. Okay. So we have a little bit of some shadow here. But I don't know. Let's just bring back that gray color. Then make it a lot darker. Okay. Control Z this. Tables.py. Control Z this also. Then yeah. F5 wasn't much, right? Should we try? Let's try F3. Okay. So we can see this one, right? Okay. Here's the other widget. So these are looking okay, right? So let's try if we work on this screen here, then we can see more screens here. So let me minimize this. Okay. Let's go to overview.py, right? So we're not getting anything here, right? And seems as if everything is going to this cancelled in DB list variable because everything else is not meeting these check marks, right? So let's just scroll up. Okay, so yes, status is at index 7, but here we're saying index 6, right? So let's just put 7 here. Let me just control D this. Yeah, and put 7 at this. So let's try and rerun it. Okay. So here we have under review and in progress, right? So okay, so this is working just fine, right? You should have 2 of these here. So we only have 1. So let's check SAMP. Let's see. Okay, this is taking way too long. So here we have 2 that are pending, right? So minimize this. So all the ones that were pending are supposed to be sent here. But okay. So we don't have anything here, here, and here. Pending and pending. In progress. Let's see, under review and in progress, right? So we have in progress and pending. So we don't have under review, right? So let's update these to do, and the other one we're just gonna set it to cancel. And I want to check something. So this is going to be to dash u. So now let's edit this one and set it to cancel. Okay, go. So this is done, right? So let's minimize this. Here let's change this one to the capital letter D, right? Save it, then let's run it. Okay. So here we have this one, right? Then we have in progress. Why don't we have cancelled? We should have cancelled. So let's minimize this. In progress, under review, or pending, completed, cancelled. So this one here says cancelled. Oh, okay. It's in a different project, right? As you can see here, right? So let me just check real quick. Why do we have this one here, right? So let's close this and try opening this one. And now we have this one cancelled here, right? Okay, so let's minimize this and start working off this screen here. So we need to open our terminal, and inside our terminal, right? Okay, this one. So inside here, we need to navigate to this file here, this create screen reply file, right? So here we have say cd, this need to be lowercase cd views, right? Once we are inside this views folder, we're gonna say Python create underscore screen dot py like this. Then what's the name of our screen? So we're just gonna call it tests like this. So let's press enter. So here we have screen test created. So we need to go to our app folder, and inside our ini.py, we need to import the screen, right? So this is going to be tests, and this one is going to be test also with the lowercase t, right? Like this. Then we're gonna need what do we call it? Inside the model of the py, right? Here we need to change the name of this screen. Let's see. Let's open our test folder, right? It's inside our views folder here. So let's double click this one and double click this one. Right. So to maintain a uniform look, right? Let's look at projects, right, or staff, right? So let's look at staff and staff.kv, right? So we're just gonna copy everything from the bottom here. Up to here. So let's just copy everything here, right? Then inside the task.kv, we just want to paste it. Then we need to change this. This needs to be a box layout. Since the background is just going to be white, so let's just make sure everything is just white. We're gonna need a search box, right? For now, let's just leave this custom box layout, this search box, and run the app, then see how it looks. Then you can see if we can make the color gray so that there'll be some separation. Like you can see that, okay, this is where the search box is, or we can leave it with a shadow behind it. So let's just run it and see how this is going to look. Okay, so let's open this one. It's looking good with a shadow actually, right? So what we can do, right, inside the custom box layout, right, we can just put another box layout with a darker background color. Then we can leave this, let's not put it inside here, right? The shadow and whatnot of this table here. So we're gonna leave the table like this, but then we're gonna work on this, just make it a little bit darker. So let's minimize this. Okay. So here, right? Excuse me. Let's put it here. So let's select everything from here and let's tab it inside, right? Then this custom box layout is radius of 20 display pixels. So we need to put 20 display pixel radius inside this box layout so that it doesn't overlap over this one, right? So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna say canvas dot before, then color RGBA. So what color can we put here? So let's try F1, F1, F1. It's like very light grayish color, right? So we just want to create some separation from the background. So we're gonna say RGBA, then parentheses. Inside this parentheses, we're gonna say hashtag F1, F1, F1 like this. So this is like a very light gray color. So now let's put our radius, right? So here we're gonna say rounded rectangle like this. Then we're gonna say pause, self dot pause. Then size is going to be self dot size. What radius is going to be, so let's put our square brackets here, right? Then we're gonna say dp 20 like this. So we're gonna leave this search tile just like this. We're not gonna do anything like to it, right? So we need to change this text to tasks like this. The padding here, I think it's a little too much, right? So we might as well remove the padding from the model view, right? But for now, let's leave it there. Then we can see what we should be doing, right? Should we remove it from there or would keep it? So let's just scroll downwards, right? This needs to be add task like this, right? So we're gonna need create dot py here. So let's split it to the right side. And see what do we need here. So the first one here, we should replace name with title, right? Then the second one, we have description. Third one is assigned to. Then we have due date. So let's copy this and paste it 2 more times. We need to paste it 1 more time. Okay. So this is going to be due date. And the last one is going to be status. So let's just scroll up and see if we have room so here we have room for a picture, right? For our custom, we call the custom image was something. Okay. Then here with just, so let's look at stuff.py. So we can get rid of stuff.kv and open stuff.py. Okay, here it is. So we're just gonna copy everything here. So let's go to test.py and paste this. here. So let's just have here. The correct one. Confirm pop-up. You sure you want to delete this? Let me just select this. Then Control D. Change this to task. Then let's put a question mark here. What's the name? Table name here. Okay. We need to create a different tab here and a different model here. So let's import our path from pathlib.path. We need to import this from kiwi.clock. So let's import our list property from kiwi properties and numeric property. Okay. We need to import JSON. So now let's start working on this thing, right? So let's select staff in DB here, then Control D, right? So we're gonna change this to tasks in DB like this. We need to change add staff here and put my phone on silent. Okay. So let's Control D here, right? So that we can select all everything that has the same name here, right? So all the variables here. So this is going to be add task, right? So let's scroll back up and do update task. Ugh. Okay. So to select this. Oh, we are okay. So let's do delete task like this, right? So we didn't change this, okay? So this needs to be delete underscore task. So let me just select one here, Control D, Control C, then Control and paste it here, right? So let's go back downwards. Okay. So this needs to be delete task callback. Like this. I believe our delete function is working just fine now, right? So let's go up and work on fetching our tasks so that we can display them on our task screen, right? Okay, get user ID, show task and ID. This is fine. So let's look at search. So let's look at overview.py, right? So that we can just copy this here. So what we're gonna do, right? Let's just copy this whole thing here. Task.py. Then we're gonna replace everything here, right? Then we're gonna get rid of this if statement here. Okay. This we can leave it like this, right? So we're gonna need this one. So let me just control D, this one, control D and control C, right? Then paste it here. Then get rid of these other list variables, right? Like this. So now, right? So now let's take this and tweak it so that we can use it to search. So let me just copy this. Control C. Then paste it here. So once we have these, right, we are not gonna need this image thing here, right? Since whenever we load the screen, right, we're just gonna run the database. We're gonna fetch everything, right, with the original show task function, right? So until after we've done that, if we have any images missing or whatever, we're gonna write them. So whenever we are searching, we're not gonna have to like do the same process. We're just gonna fetch and use whatever image we have already saved up. So let's get rid of this image stuff, right? Like this. So now let's make sure we deal with this part here so that we can add the search functionality, right? So let's go back to stuff.py. Then I'm just gonna select this part. Then paste it here like this, right? So what can we use to search, right? So we can use the title, description, assigned to due date. Okay. So we have 1, 2 more. Okay, fine. Then we have status like this. So here we should say T dot. So let's paste it here, here. What else do we need here? And s dot name, right? So let me take this and paste it here like this. Let's copy this here. Then paste it here. Okay, let me just do it like this. It will still work. 1, 2, 3. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we need 2 more like this. So now let's work on this function. Where do we have it? This on task in DB, right? So this needs to be task tab like this. So it's gonna have this. Should we leave name like this? Let's change it to title. Oh, okay. So let me just take to this function here. So we have title, description, we have assigned to, we have due date. So let's triple take this and change it to status like this. So we need to create this. So let me just look up so that I have this one assigned to, okay, fine. So we can still use this. So let's open tables to Pi. And here we have chest tab, right? So this should be title. This should be description. This should be assigned to. So need 1, 2. Then this one is going to be status like this, right? So let's do the same for our tasks tab here. Title, description. Okay, so we already have it, right? So let's import it here. So let's try to, what do we have an arrow? So let's import this one and run our app, right? So we still have an arrow here. So where do we have an arrow? Okay, we forgot some commas here. Save it. So let's run it. Task object, is no attribute, project ID. Okay. Minimize this. Where do we have overview to Pi? Project ID. Okay, here it is. Rerun it. Okay. Let's just end it because we don't have this here, right? So should we use a numeric property or a string property? Here it was a string property. Okay. So let me just copy it and paste it here. So let's run it again. You need to import this. And after all these mistakes, we're still gonna get errors. I'm gonna pissed. So let's run it again. Okay. So we can see our tests here, right? Let's try deleting it. All right. So let's delete this one. Are you sure you want to delete this task? Okay. So cannot delete or update a parent row, a foreign key constraint fails, blah 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 blah. Okay. Cancel. So let's minimize this, right? Since we can see our task, right? So let's work on adding and updating. Then we can just finish up with the deleting part. So it's not gonna be that difficult, right? So let's scroll downwards. Up add stuff. So here, let's change this to. So this needs to be title, right? This needs to be description. This needs to be. Let's look at tables .py. So let's get rid of this create .py and let's split this to the right. So here we have assigned to. So we might need a staff ID here. Or we can only need it when we're updating. What can we do here? But we still need to pass it to this task tab. So let's duplicate this. And this is going to be assigned to underscore ID, right? So that when we're updating, we just say we can just call instance dot assign to ID. Then we can pass in that ID when updating or adding. Right? So should we pass it here? Okay, let's proceed, then we can find out later. And this needs to be description assigned to due date. And this needs to be status, right? So let's just put this assigned to ID. What am I doing here? Like this. So we're gonna need a model, right? We need so this is going to be tasks model like this. So let's work on stuff, right? So here we have a title, description, assigned to due date and status, right? Then we're gonna have an image. Okay. So here, this is going to be title. And this is going to be description. Assigned to, we can use this here, right? Because this will be like a drop down. So we can change this. So this is going to be assigned underscore to, like this. Then we're gonna need due date. And status. So this will be like a drop down also. So get rid of text input here at the end and this ID like this. So we're gonna leave this img just like this. So we're not gonna need this password layer. So let's get rid of it. So here, right, just select this. So this is going to be title, description, but here we need to say instance dot assigned to underscore ID, because we're just gonna be passing the ID to our database, right? And we have due date. Then status, right? So title is empty, description is empty. Here we need to say select staff member, like this. Due date. Should we leave this empty? No. Okay. Let's just proceed and let's work on status, right? So you're gonna say or status is equal to select task status dot like this. So let's send it here also. So let's put a comma like this, right? I usually want to add this task. So this needs to be add task callback like this. And we need to copy this list here. It's not a list, like key core Python concept and whatnot, right? So I'm just saying like they're lined up. Okay, don't mind me. Just follow along. Okay, so let's get rid of this. So this is going to be at index 0, then this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So we're not gonna touch these images, right? So we're just gonna leave these the way they are. But when we then let's look at what do we have create part of pi, like this one here. So let's split it to the right. Can you? Okay, here it is. Right. So we need to pass in our user ID, right? Then we need to pass in our project ID also. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm just gonna select this like this, right? Right arrow and paste it. Let me select this, Control C, and come back here, paste it. I think I should take a break because I'm starting to make a lot of mistakes. Okay, so let me just type it up. Project underscore ID, right? So this needs to be self dot project ID here. And this needs to be title. So let me just select this. Then this. Then assigned to, and this needs to be due date. Then this needs to be status. Okay. So here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we need 2 more. So let's just select these 2 like this. So adding our tests should be fine by now, right? But we don't have the model view. That's the problem. So for now, let's work on the update part, right? Then when we're done with everything, we just now create our model. This is still update stuff, so we need to change it. Okay. Now we're gonna need an ID. Is equal to instance dot ID, right? So let's scroll up here. We have an ID, right? So it's ID underscore. Okay. Um, let's see. These can stay the same, right? So this needs to be update task. Are you sure it is task update? So this needs to be update task callback. Like this. Let's see. So I'm going to copy this here, then paste it here. Select this and change these ones, right? This needs to be at index 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and this at index 6, right? So if IMG is still this, right, we need to update, and we're not going to update the image, we're just going to update the information, right? So what kind of information do we need here? So let me just select these here and paste it here like this, and paste it here also, right? Okay. I believe this is fine. If it's not, we can just see it when we're done working with our model. Then we can just fix the errors. Then here, right, we just need to add everything and just make sure we update the image as well. So let me just copy this here and paste it here like this. And then I'm gonna copy this and paste it here. So this should be fine now, right? So let's work on our model view, right? Then you can make sure, then you can see if our adding functions and our updating functions are working perfectly. Once those are working perfectly, then we can work on deleting everything. So let me just scroll up and see test model. So we don't have this, right? But let's open models.py. Here we have add project model, staff model. So I'm just gonna copy this staff model. Then change this to tasks model. So let's go downwards. This is project model. Let's take staff model. Okay, let's just take staff model. Then let's paste it here. Like this. So let's take tables. Let's open tables.py and let's select everything from here. Let's take everyone from title. Not gonna need BG, color, and source. We're not gonna need it. Okay, like this. So we should have on title and description, or on assigned to, on due date, and on status. This one we're only gonna need it when we are updating. So we're not gonna send it or display it anywhere, right? Let's look at this. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Then we have 1, 2, 3. So we need to copy this, then paste it 2 more times. So let's copy this. So here we need to say or title, right? So let's paste this, and this needs to be update task, like this. Then we should have description. So this is gonna say on description. Then I have assigned to. Paste this here. Then a due date. Paste it. Then status, like this, right? So here we might need to have dot ideas dot date dot text, right? But let me just click on this and jump to the KV part, right? So where do we have this needs to be end task, like this. Then here we have an image. So this is title, right? And here we should say title. Is it just projects task, like here, right? Let's just say projects task. Task title, right? Like this. Should we have a briefcase outline? Let's leave it like this for now. Then here we should have description. So let's copy this. Description. Description. This needs to be custom text field large, right? So let's give this a size into Y. I'm gonna set this to man, and our height, we're gonna set it to let's try 120, 125 display pixels. Then I think it was not just text outline. I'm not sure if I put the correct icon name here. It is just say task description. Here we just say task title. Title, description. The next thing we have assigned to, right? So let's work on it. This should be status. What did we call it here? Status. So the type of statuses that we have, right? So let's just check here. So here we have to do, in progress, under review, complicated, and cancelled, right? To do, and is it one word? To do in progress. Okay, it's two words. No separating or nothing. Right, then we have under review. Then we have completed. Then the last one is cancelled. Like this. Okay. So this here should be assigned true, right? We don't need this one here. So let's which one can we use? Let's navigate to buttons.py inside our widgets folder, right? And let's look at our, where do we have this? So this is custom drop down list, right? So what does this take? So this one has a callback and it takes in ID and text, right? So we definitely gonna need this one, custom drop down list. So let's go back to model.py. So let's change this to custom drop down list, right? And let's put here. And let's get rid of these. And let's add a callback here. So this is going to be root dot select underscore tail underscore member, right? So if we look at our buttons.py, right? here we can grab the ID, right? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna send this ID to our what we called it assigned to ID variable, right? So we're just gonna take this one here and assign it to that variable. So let's go back to models.py. So let me Control D, select this. So let me put this down here. That's what I'm gonna say define. So it's gonna take in self and instance like this. So here when I say self dot assign to ID here, right, is equal to instance dot ID, right? Let's check. So it's just ID, right? Okay. So let's leave it like this. So once we select this, right, we're gonna select the team member's ID and send it to this assign to ID, right? So that whenever we are updating, we do it, or we are adding, right? We add that ID. We don't have to add that the staff member's name, right? So let's go back to models.py. So now we need to work on the date, and we can use this to so let's copy this to send the information that we need. So let's paste it here, right? So let's get rid of these images. We're not gonna need any of this stuff. So let's get rid of this and put pause here. So we're printing this, so let me just select this, Control D, so we can remove it on top here also. Okay, let's open stop.py. So from here stop.py, right, let's take this one. So let's paste it here. So what we need from data here, right, is the ID and the name, right? And after doing this, we need somewhere to paste it. Then after pasting it, we need to send it back to our custom drop-down list, right? So here we should be creating a variable. Okay, let's say team members, team underscore members, like this. It's going to be let's make it a list property, right? Then and let's append the information to it. Dot append data like this, right? So just in case we don't let's say Control D, Control C. Just in case we are not able, like our widget, right, is created before we send information to team members here, right? Let's just make sure we send it manually. So here we're gonna say self dot ideas dot assign to dot. Let's look at buttons.py. So here we have choices. Okay, choices is equal to self dot team members like this. So let's go back upwards and try to do this here. So we should have choices. It's going to be root dot team underscore members. Save it. So let's look at our task.py. So here we say select staff member, right? So let's put dot dot dot, then copy it, then paste it here. So here we just say assigned to. Here we just say account outline. This needs to be assigned underscore to, right? So we don't have a date widget just yet. So let's just run it and see if we can open this order view. Okay, so let's click this. There's no attribute user ID. Okay, it's fine. I'll fix it. So you can see our image, title, description, staff member. Are we getting staff members there? We're not getting any staff members. Oh, we don't have user ID. So here we can select our task, right? So now we need to fetch our user ID and have a date widget. So let's close this, minimize this. Let's scroll a bit downwards. Or let's select tasks ID, right? Then select the get user ID function from here. Let's have a user underscore ID. I think we're not gonna need project ID for staff members, right? Because staff members are going to be like staff members for the whole account, right? So here let's just say user ID. Let's set it to a string property, like, so that it don't get turned into a float by mistake by the numeric property, right? So we need to move this to here. So we're not gonna need this. So let's get rid of this line here. Then let's get rid of this. So now we have user ID, right? So now we're gonna have to make it a string, since we're just gonna make sure that it's a string. Then let's change this and wrap it so that we can convert it into a string, right? Then send it to a string property variable. Okay, now we should see our team members. Well, let's just run it, see if we can get our staff members. Okay, so let's add task. Text. Okay. So this should be text, not name. Like here, right? So it's dot text. So we don't have name. Okay. Yeah. So now we can see our staff members, right? So now let's work on the date selection. So we can select the due date. So let's minimize this. Let's use, we're not gonna need stuff. So let's open, we just need project model. So where do we have dates, right? Project start, project end. We don't have this one. We need add projects model. Custom date picker. So we need this one. So let's go downwards. So here's between assigned to August. Well, let's paste it here. So this is going to be due date. Right. Then if we open our tasks.py, we just need to mix where do we have it? Okay, so we need to make this empty, right? So let's get rid of it. This and this. So let's make this empty. So now let's run it and see if we can add some text and update them. So let's add a task, right? Um, Now what can we use? So let's select this one. Task title, testing, description. Let's just say one, two, testing, like this. Staff member, Mark Johnson. Okay, assign to ID, accept only string. So that we can be safe, right? Let's print here so that we make sure we're not getting a float, right? Description. This is a test. Let's select Matt Johnson. So let's minimize this. I'm gonna check something. Okay, so it's coming in as a float, right? So what we can do, let's open buttons.py. So this is sending an what do you call it? It's getting sent as text, right? But I don't know why it's coming out as a string now. So what we can do, we can convert it to an integer. Then we can convert it to a string afterwards. Or yeah, right, we can just make this a string property. I hope it doesn't disrupt anything else. So let's run it again. So let's select the staff member, right? Minimize this. Okay, so now we're just getting a number, right? So let's get rid of this print line. Then we run it. V to add task. 01 description. Testing for the third time. Assigned to Sophia Lee. Due date. Let's make it the 10th. Status. To do. So let's add. Okay. Instance.ideas due date. Okay, so these should be just date. I'm not mistaken. I do have task.id. So let me just select everything here. Let's run it again. Just put some information in here. Let's select Lucy Door. Let's select the Slim accent. In progress. So let's add due date. We have projects.py up here. So let's select projects.py and check something real quick. What did we do the last time? So dates is instance.ideas. So let me copy this here. Open task.py. Then paste it. So let me do the same for this part. Seems to be the same thing. I'm not saying why I'm getting an error. Oh, we didn't change the ID to due date. Wow. So when updating, we are not sending this ID. Okay. Let's look at our models, right? So we don't have this on top here. We didn't change this to due date. So let's run it. Are you sure I want to add this task? Yes. Okay, that works. Okay. So let's select this one. Let's assign it to Lucy Door. Update. Okay, after update, functionality is working just fine. Deleting our tasks, right? So let's minimize this. So let's open up XAMPP, right? So here we're dealing with comments and attachments, right? So attachments should have user ID, task ID, file name, uploaded at. So we might need to add the IMG, right? We might as well just tweak this table in a minute, but let's deal with the deleting part, right? So if we open our tasks table, let's click structure here, right? And let's open relation view here, right? So here we have this what we can do, right? We wanna make sure, what do we have this thing? Stuff, right? And projects. It was comments. Where was it there? Okay. Let's try this. Uh, okay, let's open attachments, right? Then structure, relation view. So let's do the same. All right, so let's save it. So let's open our app again, right? Let's try deleting this one. This one should have comments, right? Are you sure you want to delete this task? Okay, so our delete functionality is working just fine, right? So after this, we can work on these charts with matplotlib, right? But before we do that, we need to go back to our these tabs here, right? So we need to add some icons, two icons, one icon for attachments and another one for comments, right? And as you can see here, this and the bottom part, they're connected. So we need to add some spacing here. So let's minimize this and open overview first. I need to minimize this as well. Buttons, not this one. Overview dot, we need overview dot kv. Okay. So let me scroll downwards. I think we added some spacing there. So it's spacing of 20 display pixels. So let me copy this. Let's reduce it to 10. So let me copy this, scroll up, paste it here, and here, here, and here. I believe this is the last one. Okay, save it. So we're gonna need tables, right? So let me minimize this thing, minimize our terminal. So overview tab, we should have some functions here. So this one is just called a define open underscore comments, right? So this is gonna take in self. Okay, with the typo there, open comments, right? So we're gonna say comments is equal to comments model, right? So let's put parentheses. And here we're gonna say comments dot id with an underscore is going to be self dot id, like this. So we're gonna use this id, our task id, to fetch and add comments, right? I believe we need to say comments dot you say dot open. right? So we don't have this widget just yet, so we're just putting it in place. Then we're gonna create it. Then we're gonna need one for attachments, right? So this needs to be open attachments, and this needs to be attachments model, right? So let's change this to attachments like this. Hmm, how do we go about this now? Because with comments, right, we can just create it like let's say WhatsApp, or where we can have like the text input at the bottom, then we can have widgets popping up on top. Then we can find a way to have different colors for each user, right? Okay, so let's do that. We need to create comments model and attachments model, right? So let's open model to Pi. So let's scroll up. Let's just copy this one. Hold shift. Then let's paste the other one, right? So this one is going to be attachments model. Save it. This one is going to be comments model. So what we can do, right? Should we send most of the information there? So let's look at our app, right? So what we can do here is we can create something like this, right? Where we can just open the model, and make it the same size as this one. Then we can have a text box at the bottom here with the send button. Then we can have a grid layout where all our charts will be displayed, right? Uh, we might not need to show the, what you call it, we might not need to show most of the information like here, right? We can just show the status and the task name only on top here. So this will take up this space here, and this will take up this space here. Then everything else is just gonna be comments. So let's try and design that. Um, if it's too wide, we can just reduce the space so that it can just be somewhere like in the middle, somewhere here. Okay. So let's minimize this, and we're definitely gonna need a title, and we're gonna need the status. So let's get rid of the due date. Should we leave all of this information? Uh, let's see. We definitely not gonna need this one, this close one. And this callback, we're not gonna need it. Uh, Still thinking. We're gonna need this to get the project details, right? Okay, so let's get rid of this. Not gonna need on status, due date, assigned to. So we're not gonna need these here. So let's get rid of them. And let's do the same down here, right? So let's scroll up and work on the KV side. They design this thing. Uh, So we can just leave it here. We can take the grid layout. So let's scroll downwards. And we can paste this twice. So this one here is going to be attachments model, right? So what we can do with the attachment models, right? So for this video, we're just gonna be adding images, right? Then we're gonna be taking those we call them custom image something something, those widgets that were made right earlier in the previous video. We can use those so that if you click on it, you expand on it, then you can see the information. So let's say it's a scan document, you can just add it in there, then you can click it, gets enlarged, then you can read it, right? Then here, let's have comments. We're not gonna need a model title. Let's get rid of this ID. The task, we can just say root dot title, right? The title for our task, right? Then this, we should have an icon somewhere here. Where is that icon? Oh, don't have an icon here. Okay. I think there's a way we could deal with that, but headings 50 display pixels, width 400. So comments are gonna okay, and I will see what's happening here. So right here, right, I'm going to reduce size of this thing. You can just control X this, then put our radius here, right? Shift tab, and let's get rid of everything here like this, right? So here we need to reduce the size of this to 40. Then here let's add an MD icon. Let's put it inside the float layout. Right, then where I say size int underscore x, I'm gonna set this to none, and our width, we're gonna set it to self dot height like this. Let's give this a background color. So here they say canvas dot before. So here we're gonna say color RGBA parenthesis false hashtag. So let's open a home dot. It's is it? I think it's inside the home.kv. I keep forgetting this color by head. Okay, so Control C, already selected in there. Then paste it here. Then I need to say rounded rectangle. Then pause. We're gonna say self dot pause. The size is going to be self dot size. Then let's give this some radius. So we're gonna give this some radius of let's say display 5 display pixels like this, right? Then inside this float layout, we can add our MD icon. Well, let me just click on tab.py, right? Then copy this information here. Okay. So the icon here, I believe, let's just try comment, right? Let's leave outline. Where do we have tables? So let's try importing comments model, right? So for now, we don't have buttons to open these, right? So let's just add them real quick. So let me copy this line here, these lines here. Then inside here, right? Should add them at the bottom. So here, let's say box layout, right? Then size underscore int underscore y. We're gonna set it to none. And our height, let's set it to 40 display pixels. And let's give this some spacing. Let's give a spacing of 20 display pixels. Right? And let's take this padding here, right? And let's move it here. Now let's add our two icons. So let's select these, tap the inside. This should be attachment. Then you're gonna say root dot open underscore attachments. So let's put parentheses. Then this here should be open underscore comments, right? So let's put parentheses. I'm forgetting the name of the icon we can use for. So for now, let's just say comment, right? So let's run this and see if we can open our comments, right? Okay. Spacing, it should be 20 dp. So we didn't add any extra height, right? So okay, this works. So we have attachment and icon. So let's click on this. You can add on the graphic. Okay, so let's open models, right? So this here, we need to shift tab at once, right? So it doesn't get inside this. So this has to stand on its own. And was right was before we shift tab the drive, so it was inside this, so it was under graphics, right, under canvas. So let's run it again. Right, so here we can see this. Okay, so what we need to do here, right, we need to create our comments model. So just gonna put a line here, then I'm gonna duplicate it, and this one is going to be, it should be lowercase. Class what the lower the bottom of this, make it attachments. model, right? And it's gonna inherit from model view. Then excuse me, we're gonna need an ID, right? So we're gonna say ID underscore is equal to, let's make it a string property like this. After doing that, right, let's duplicate it and let's look at our database first. So let's split this to the right, open in right split, close this, and let's reduce the size of this. All right, scroll up. So here we're looking at comments here, right? So with attachments, we're gonna need a user ID. We're gonna need the ID, then task ID. Nah, I don't think we're gonna need task ID, but we can use it to fetch our attachments, right? So here we have task ID and here we have staff ID, so that whoever is logged in can comment, right? So what we need here is this and this, then this, right? So but here we're not gonna need it. So let's leave attachments model like that for now, right? Then I'm just gonna copy this, paste it up here. Let's create some separation here. Okay. Change this to comments model. Right. So inside the comments model, we're gonna need a user ID. And let's make it a string property. So let's paste this here, right? We're gonna need the personal comments, right? So let's copy this, paste it. Then we're gonna need the title of our task. So let's paste this. Then we're gonna need a list variable. So this here is going to be comments underscore in underscore db, right? And this is going to be a list. This here is going to be title, and this needs to be staff ID, like this, right? Okay, this is fine. So we're gonna need to design this comments model, right? But we don't have it up top here, so let's just scroll up. So let me copy this from you. Let's see to here, right? So let's paste this 2 times. So this one is going to be attachments model. So let's create some separation here, so we can have room to work with. And this is going to be comments model. So here, right, let's change the background color, right, and just make it like F1, F1, F1. So it's like a very light gray color, right? So because our text box, we're gonna put a text box at the bottom and a button and the send button, right? So we just wanted like the text box to pop out a little from the background, since it's going to be white. Our custom, we called it custom, some of the widgets that we're using to add information. So let's look up here. Our custom text field widget here, right? So here we need to reduce the size of this to 40 display pixels. So let's get rid of this here. Then this, let's duplicate this, And let's change one of them to padding, right? Then what we need, mm, so here, right, we need to say root dot title. So here we're just gonna see like the title of the task that we're commenting, right? We're not gonna need this ID, so let's get rid of it. Just to make it a little bit nice, right? So let's add a float layout here. Then let's give it a size int x and set it to none and some width. We're gonna set it to self dot height like this. Then let's give this a canvas. So you're gonna say canvas dot before. Then we're gonna say color and we're gonna say RGBA. Then RGBA parentheses. Then inside here we're just gonna put our gray color, right? So we're just gonna say 6200E, right? I've been copying and pasting it many times. I think I just got it by head now. Okay, so let's proceed. Let's create some space in here. So here, let's say rounded rectangle. And let's give a rounded rectangle position. So when I say pause, it's going to be self dot pause. Then size is going to be self dot size. Then let's give this a radius. So let's just put our 5 display pixels. If we put 20 like on top here, right, this is going to be rounded. So we don't want it to be rounded. We just want to maintain some form of rounded square. So this here is going to be 20 display pixels like this. Okay. Now let's add an icon inside of float layout. So we're just gonna say ND icon, and our icon is going to be comment outline dash outline defined. I didn't make a typo. Let's say theme underscore text underscore color. It's going to be custom like this. There, and text underscore color. Let's set this to white, right? So this is going to be hashtag and 6 Fs. Let's give this a position yet, right? So pause int curly braces. So inside you're gonna say center underscore x, and we're gonna set this to 0.5. So that's like 50% going to the right. So now we need to do the same going upwards, right? So that our icon is going to be at the dead center. So now we need to say center y. It's going to be 0.5 like this. Okay. So now if we, I don't think we're able to see our widget just yet, right? So let's click here and go to overview tab like this. So let's scroll downwards and add some room to so here, right? Let's add a box layout. Let's give this a box, this box layout some height, right? So we're gonna say size int y. Let's set this to none. And our height, we're gonna set it to let's say 50 display pixels, right? but we're just gonna give this some padding at the bottom. So the space that's going to be available to use is going to be 40 display pixels. So here you say 50 dp, right? So let's wrap this inside quotes. Let's give this some spacing. So let's give it some spacing of 20 display pixels. And this. And let's put an empty box layout here. Then next to this box layout, let's add let's put some float layouts. So let me just scroll up and see if we don't have any up here. Okay, so we have this. So let's copy this. Then we can paste it twice. So let's tap this inside. Let's change this color to a gray color. So let's set it to 80 HC like this. This one needs to be comment outline, and this one needs to be attachment like this. Okay, so we need to change this. The function we used it was, I think it was open comments and open attachments. Open underscore comments, and this needs to be open attachments. Open underscore attachments, right? Then get rid of this. Okay, so let's scroll downwards and see if we can import these two, right? Okay, so let's run this. Okay, let's click here. We need to up the size of this. So let's click here, right? Okay, so we can see these here, right? Okay, so this dummy comment, minimize this. So we don't have these attachments. I think we have it. Okay, fine, it's imported just fine. So let's up this size to 290. Save it. Let's run it. Okay, this is looking much better. We need to add some padding gear, and we need to make sure that this is not rounded. So we need to set the radius here to 5. I think we set it to 20, but we're talking about setting it to 5. What happened? Overview tab. Is it this one, or is the it's inside models, right? Okay, this needs to be 5 like this. So now let's add some information here, right? Since we can now open our comments tab, so now we need to work on it and design it. So I think we should get rid of this padding, right? Since we put some padding on top here for the whole thing, so let's get rid of this padding. Let's give this an ID. So let's give it an ID of, excuse me, comments, like this. Excuse me. Then underneath our 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 main box layout that's containing our scroll view, we need to add the box layout like this, right? Um, let's give this box layout a size int underscore y of 80 display pixels. So we're gonna set the size int y to none. Then our height, we're gonna set it to 80 display pixels like this. Then we need to give this some padding, right? So only gonna give this some padding on the top and bottom because I want to be able to have the widget that we're gonna put inside to have some shadow around it. So here let's say padding square brackets, left and right padding we're gonna set it to 0, and the top and bottom padding we're gonna set it to 20 display pixels. Then let's give this some spacing of 20 display pixels, right? So inside this box layout, we're gonna put a custom box layout. Right. So this one has a radius of 20 display pixels, right? So if we say the size that we can use inside the parent box layout is 40 display pixels, so that will make the edges rounded and make the whole thing look like a pill, right? So let's give this custom box layout some padding. And the left and right padding, when I set it to, let's set it to 10 display pixels. Then the top and bottom, let's set it to 2.5 display pixels like this. Then should we put some spacing here? We don't need some spacing here. So inside there, let's add our custom text field widget, right? So let's give this text field widget an ID of comment like this. Then let's give this some int text. Let's just say add comment. Let me just check if I'm recording because I noticed after recording for like 40 minutes that I wasn't recording. Okay, it's fine. I'm recording, so let's proceed. I'm hoping not to make the same mistake again. So let's give this text field widget some font size. So when I set this to 11 display pixels, 11 scalable pixels, then we need to give this a font name, font underscore name. When I say app dot body, and if you navigate to our app folder and edit.py, we have these fonts here, right? So app.body is assets, it's open sans regular, right? So let me just close this since we're not using it. So after working with this, right, like this, what we need to do, and underneath this custom box layout, we're gonna add a custom float layout like this. And let's give this a size it x. So size it x, we're gonna set it to none, and our width is going to be self height like this. Then inside we need to add an MD icon pattern. Right. So the icon we're gonna put here is sand like this. Then we're gonna say theme underscore text underscore color. It's going to be custom. Then text underscore color is going to be let's make it black. So hashtag, I put 6 zeros. Then let's give this a position hint. So pause underscore hint. Our center y, center x, set it to 0.5. Then our center Y, we're gonna set it to 0.5 also. So it's going to be at the center of our custom float layout. Then let's give this an on press function, right? So on press is going to be root dot let's just say comment, right? So let's save this and run it and see if everything is fine before we start working on the Python functions. Okay, so our widget is looking just fine. We might need to remove the padding here for the bottom part, right? So let's minimize this and do that real quick. So right here we added this padding, right? So let me just copy this. So this is for the left side and this is for the top. This is for the right side. Then the bottom, we're just gonna put 0 like this. So this should fix it. So now let's work on Python side, right? And if fetch our comments, display them, then comment, right? So let's just do that real quick. Okay. So here, right, let's add the init function. Right, so it's gonna treat itself and keyword arguments, right? Then inside here we need to say super, then parentheses dot underscore init, then our keyword arguments, right? Like this. So after doing that, we need to say croc dot once, right? Then I need to put parentheses here. So inside here we're gonna say self dot run underscore essential, comma 0.1 like this. So now let's create our run essentials function. Fine, paste this, gonna take in self and let's just say star arcs, or you can just say time delta. That's what's happening here. What was my mouse doing way up there? So but I need comments to see this information. Okay, so right here we need to get our user ID, right, and staff ID, so we can populate these two here, right? So here let's create a function and just call it self dot. So it's going to be like the get user IDs we were using, like get user ID functions we were using all along. So get user store ID. So let's put parentheses. Then we'll need another comment, which is going to be get comments, right? Another function. Okay. So for now, let's work on this. So what we can do, right? We can just find the let's just do it manually. So here, let's say try, right? Then we're gonna say session underscore file equal to session.json. Then we're gonna say with open. So what are we opening? Session file, right? And we wanna read it. As file like this, right? So let's put a semicolon. Then we need to say session is equal to JSON dot. We need to load. What do we load the file, right? So now let's populate our soft.user ID and staff ID, right? So soft.user ID is going to be inside our JSON file. User ID and staff ID are stored as integers, right? So we need to convert them to strings. So here let's say string. Then once we start, we need to say session dot get. So what are we getting? Inside parentheses, we are getting user underscore ID, right? So let me duplicate this. So this needs to be staff ID. Right. After getting this, I think this should be fine. So now we need to add an accept. So here we're just gonna say accept file not found error. I'm just gonna return this, right? Now we need to get our comments, right? So let's minimize the size of this. Okay, so let's put parentheses here, and it's gonna take in self. So what we need right here, right? So let's open projects.py, right? And where do we have okay, so we're gonna need this on part, right? So let's copy this up to here, right? Let's go back to models and let's paste it here like this. So this needs to be, so let me just select this here, copy it. Okay, so this just needs to be comments. We're not gonna need these here, and here we should have comments tab. So we're gonna create it underneath this model, right? Because if we put it inside tables, and since we are importing our models, right, inside our tables, we're gonna have like a circular import error. So we're gonna put our comments tab just below this comments model. So source, we don't need source. I need an ID, so this we're not gonna need it. We're gonna need the name 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, right? So we're gonna need these. Okay. We're not gonna need these two because we're just gonna be viewing our comments, and just to make sure that if someone adds a comment and someone completes the task in a way that was put up, and there was a problem or something, they can just refer to it. So we are not gonna allow anyone to delete any functions from this, right? So let's go back up here. So we're not gonna need these images. So let's get rid of this. So what are we going to need? So we're gonna need stuff, right? So let's just call it stuff underscore name. Then we're gonna need the comment. Then we're gonna need created at underscore at, like this. So let's get rid of everything else. So now let's just edit our SQL variable, right, real quick. So here, let's say select, right? So what are we selecting? So when I say c dot start, everything from comments, and we're also gonna fetch s dot name as stuff underscore aim, right? So what are we fetching that from? So I fetch from comments C, right? Then let's do a left join, right? Let's join stuff, then S on C dot stuff underscore ID. Then this is going to be equal to S dot ID, right? Now, is that the right line? Okay. If it's not, we're gonna see some errors. Then we're gonna say where C dot user underscore ID is equal to percentage S, and we'll put a plus sign there. And C dot task underscore ID is equal to percentage S, like this, right? So let's save it. If you look at our table here, right, when I see that ID is going to be and user ID at index 1, task ID at index 2, stuff index 3, comment at index 4, right? Then this is going to be index 5. So this needs to be 4, 5. So stuff name is going to be at the end, right? So this needs to be 6, like this. Okay, so we don't have comments tab just yet. So let's fix this part, then we can just work on comment tab real quick. Okay. So here I'm not gonna only gonna need 1, 2, 3, right? Excuse me. So let's get rid of these two. So this needs to be stuff name, like this. This needs to be comments, and this needs to be created at, like this. So I believe this is fine. Let's just create our comments tab real quick. Oh, okay. Class comments tab. So let's just get this it's just gonna inherit from box layout, right? We're not gonna make it clickable or anything. So what this says, right? Should be passing an ID. Since we're not gonna be used, let's leave it. So let's say BG underscore color, and this is going to be a color property, right? Okay. Then let's have stuff underscore name. This has to be lowercase. Stuff underscore name is equal to string property. So let me duplicate this, paste it 2 more times. So this needs to be comments. and this needs to be created at like this, right? So now we need to make this, we need to do the KV part of it, right? So let's scroll up. So right here, right? Let's add a comment. Then here we're just gonna say comments tab. Let's see. Just one, we might wanna work with something from here. So let me just copy this part up to here, right? Go to models and paste it here, right? Let's make this one rounded, and let's give this some radius of 20 display pixels, like this. Let's up the height to 150 display pixels. Then let's make the padding 20 display pixels, like this. Let's leave spacing at 10 display pixels. It should be fine. And we're gonna need to add to give this some orientation, but let's add some labels. So MD label, right? Then size underscore int underscore y, and I set this to none. And our height, let's set it to 30 display pixels. Should be fine. Like this. Then let's give this some text. So our text will come from staff name. So we're just gonna have the name of the person who comments on top, right? So let's give this some font style, and it's going to be a label. Then draw. It's going to be, let's make it small. Then we're gonna make it bold afterwards. So small. Then bold. We're gonna set it to true, like this, right? So I'm gonna copy this and paste it 2 more times, right? So the bottom one, I'm just gonna set it to 20 display pixels, and it's going to take from root dot created underscore at. Then the one in the middle, we're gonna get rid of the size y, and this is gonna take the text from root dot comment, right? Then we're gonna make the raw medium, right? And we need to align the created part to the right. So H align right, like this. Then let's give this color, right? We're just gonna say color hashtag AD8A8C, right? So it's just gonna be gray, like this. Let's see. Let's give this some orientation. So orientation is going to be vertical, like this, right? So let's run this and see if we can get any comments for our database. Okay, let's click on this. Not enough parameters for the SQL statement. Okay. So passed in user ID, but we didn't pass in staff ID, right? So I've got stuff ID, save it. Okay. Heading 20, we didn't close this. Then we have this on Chris, right? I think I know where the issue is, right? So this, we need to get rid of this. Let's run it again. Okay, so we can see this comment here, right? So now let's add the comment now. So let's work on adding our comments. So let's minimize this. So here we need to say define comment, right? It's gonna take in self, and we're gonna need our comment, right? So we're just gonna say comment variable is gonna be self dot ids dot comment what text, like this, right? Then here we're gonna say if comment is empty, right? We're just gonna pass else. Excuse me for a minute. So let's scroll up and copy this here, right? Then scroll down and let's paste it. Temp it once, right? So let's get rid of everything inside this try here. And let's get rid of this line also. So inside here, right, let's say SQL is equal to insert into comments, right? So what are we inserting? So we have user ID, comma. We need to add task ID also, comma. We need the staff underscore ID and the comment, right? Then you're gonna say values, parentheses. So now let's put some percentage s, right, to avoid SQL injection. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's paste there 2, 3, 4, right? Then let's put everything inside quotes like this, right? Then down here we need to have values. So let's create a list. It's gonna have self dot user ID, comma, self dot, we called it ID underscore for not mistaken. Yeah, this one. Then we need to have self dot staff ID, comma. Then we need to have our comment like this, right? So now let's do the cursor dot execute part. So cursor dot execute, what are we executing? SQL and values like this. And now we should commit. So con dot commit like this. While we're at it, right, we need to make sure that after we send information to our database, we clear the text input, right? So here we're gonna say self.ids dot comment dot text is going to be empty. Then let's call self dot get comments like this, right? So adding comments should be working just fine. So let's run it. Okay. So this is a test. So that's okay. So here we have Mark Johnson and we have this, right? Since we have Mark Johnson logged in, so we edit this Mark Johnson. So now let's just make sure that we can have different colors for our content, right? So let's scroll up. So right here, let's get rid of this and let's open buttons.py. We'll get this. So we're gonna need this color here. So let's paste it here, right? Then what we can do, right? Let's just copy this and experiment here, right? So let's make this red lighter. So let's do 2 here. Then let's add 1, 2 here. So let's run it and see how this looks. Okay. So here we have our comments, right? Now let's do attachments real quick. So let's click on it and see if we can open this. Okay. So now let's work on this real quick. Minimize this. Okay. So I'm going to reduce the size of this to 6, right? So I hope this looks okay. So what we're gonna do here is I'm just gonna select everything here. Then paste it here, right? Then scroll back up. We only gonna need ID, user ID, stuff type, all right. Okay. Let's work on the KZ part, right? Then we can worry about the other part. Okay. So let's scroll up. I'm just gonna copy comments mode. Need to copy this one from here. I'm gonna need the text field. Attachments mode, right? So where is the icon? So this needs to be attachment. Code the title, this is fine. Read, so this needs to be attachments. Excuse me. Okay, we're gonna need this. So this needs to be file underscore name, right? Int text name underscore of underscore file. Oh, we don't need underscores here, right? So we can leave this one like this. And another, or we can use the custom text field we were using earlier, and that'll be a better option though. So let's do that, right? Let's get rid of let's get rid of this. So first we need a custom file chooser, right? And it's gonna have an ID of image like this. Then let's have a custom text field. And let's give it an ID of file underscore name, right? Then let's give it an icon. Mm, let's give it an icon of not text outline. Because I was trying to give it a attachment, right? But let's give it an attachment. I don't know. Let's use not text outline. Because if I'm not mistaken, right, this custom file chooser already has attachment icon to it, right? So let's just differentiate it a bit. Then let's give it a label. So this is going to be name of file, right? Like this. Then I believe in a hint text. So let's just say file. Let's take this one, right? Then paste it in here, and then dot, right? Then here we just say file name. Like this. This should look so much better. So now let's add the custom flat button, right? Custom flat button. So ID can be node underscore button. Then size underscore int underscore y. Let's go to none. And our height. We're not gonna need this ID. Let's get rid of it. 40 display pixels, right? Text is going to be add attachment. Now let's say on press, right? So just gonna say root dot. Let's call it the function. Let's just call it add underscore attachment, like this. So let's copy it. Then let's scroll downwards and work on it. Like this, right? So here we're gonna need the file underscore name, right? Oh, we're gonna need to recreate this SQL statement, but it's fine. So here let's say file name, right? Then here we're gonna have an image, which is going to be, let's say self dot ids dot image dot text. Let's look at projects to Pi and see how we work this out. Adding images. Okay, so let me just copy everything from here. Like this. Okay. So if file name is empty, we're not gonna do anything, right? Else. So let's look at projects to Pi. So how were we dealing images, right? So I think we have to always select an image, right? But let me just copy this line here and paste it. Shift tab, right? So we're gonna send this, and binary data. So we're gonna edit our database inside XAMPP, right? Then all image is equal to select image dot like this, right? So we're just gonna pass this, right? So what do we need to add? Inf user ID, task ID, file name, right? Then we're gonna add this img, right? So we need to get rid of this line here. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? We don't have this just yet, but let's open XAMPP, right? We do have attachments here, structure, go. So we're just gonna call this IFG, right? What do we have? Let's put a medium blob and save it. Right. So now we don't have an image, right? So let's just edit this. Then let's choose a file here. So which file can we choose? So just gonna choose a random image here. Have we used this before? So let's use this one. Then save. Okay. So let's go back to PyCharm. So now we need to work on our attachments tab, right? So let me just do this here. Okay, so let's change created at to uploaded at. Then we're gonna need the file name, all right? And this needs to be source, like this, all right? We might need to delete, but let's not do it in the video. Let's just create it. And if you wanna add delete functionalities, maybe deleting comments, deleting attachments, you can do what we're doing now, like deleting projects, staff members, tasks, and so forth, right? So okay, let's keep this background color when I need it. These should allow us to add our attachments, right? So let's leave this like this. Let's update this to attachments in DB, right? So now we have attachments in DB. This needs to be attachments, right? Excuse me. So this here needs to be we may not need to pass this here, so let's get rid of it, and we're just gonna pass in file name, right? and this is going to be uploaded. Okay, excuse me. So we're gonna need user ID, task ID to fetch this, right? So we're not gonna need most of these, right? So let's get rid of this and this. Okay, here's our SQL statement. Select all from attachment site. Like this. Then we're gonna pass in, so index 0, 1, 2, 3. So this is going to be at index 3. And this at index 4. Then we're gonna need that image thing. So let's open projects.py. Then select this part. And paste it here, right? So this is going to be at index 5, like this. Excuse me. So this should be at index 3, right? Let's see. Dun, 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 dun. So if we have any issues, right, we're just gonna see them when you try uploading, right? So now what we need to do is create attachments tab. So let me just scroll up and copy this. Then let's paste it here, right? So this is going to be attachments tab like this, right? So it's gonna have this background color. Excuse me. Let's look at this. So when I need these three, right? Source, file name, and uploaded it. So if you wanna add the delete functionalities, you can just create callbacks here, add delete and update buttons, or you can just add the button behavior here and then make the whole thing clickable. So it'll be all up to you, right? So this here is going to be file underscore name, and this needs to be source, right? So I believe we're done with this part. So we don't have this inside, we don't have the key views part of it, right? So let's go and create it up here. Let me just select the scroll. So I'm going to paste this here. Then let me just copy this here. Okay. So let's get rid of this vertical orientation here, right? And then we can just maintain padding and spacing. Spacing, let's set it to 20 display pixels. Our height, let's set it to we're just gonna make sure that our image is going to be 70 display pixels wide and 70 display pixels tall, right? So which means we're gonna need 70, then 20 on 20 display pixels of padding and 20 display pixels of padding. So let's reduce this to 110, right? Or we can have 10 display pixels. So let's reduce this to 90, right? Then reduce the padding to 10 display pixels. We can leave spacing set to 20 display pixels, right? So right here, we need to have our custom image widget. I don't remember what we called it. So let me just check real quick. Images, custom image, right? So let me scroll up and see what does it take. Custom image, it only takes in source, right? Okay. So let's paste it. Let's give it a size into X of, now when I set it to none, and width, we're gonna set this to self dot height, right? So it's going to be a square. Then let's give it some source here. So source is going to be root dot source, like this, right? So now let's add a box layout, and let's give it some orientation of vertical, right? Uh, Spacing. Oh my, those we cannot actually give it a spacing. We can leave it like that. But anyways, let's give some spacing of 10 display pixels, like this. Then here, let's tab this inside. So this is going to be root dot file underscore name. Let's get rid of this comment. Then let's tab this inside, right? So this is going to be uploaded at, right? Let's make this text, this file name text, medium. And let's not give it any size so that you can just like spread its wings and fill up the remaining space, right? After we take up this 20 display pixels, like this. So now I believe this should be fine, right? So let's scroll back downwards and see if we could just create the text, right? The source here. So let's open projects.py. Scroll down. So I need these here. So let me just copy this, right? And on top here, just gonna paste it here like this. So let's get rid of this source. Then let's bring these down like this. Get rid of this line here. So we need to pass in file name here. Okay. Get rid of this. So this needs to be file name. Okay, so this should allow us to see our attachment and the custom widget, right? So let's just run it and see if everything is fine. And if we have any issues, we're just gonna fix them from there. So let's click website overview, overhaul. Let's click on attachments, right? So let's see where we have an error. Unknown class custom file chooser. Okay. Control F. So we had a typo here. So let's run it again. Okay. So we're not getting any attachment, right? Oh, it's the wrong thing. So let's click here. Because one of them should already have a comment in it, right? Let's close this. Scroll it down. And let's assess this line by line. Okay. So this should be get attachments, right? Okay. Get attachments, set it all from attachments. Task ID, red user ID. We're using the wrong thing to fetch here, right? So this should be self ID underscore for task ID here. Let's run it again. It's not this one, but let's try this one. Okay. Let's minimize this. Excuse me. File name, image, blah, blah, blah. On attachments in DB. Attachments in DB, right? Instance attachment DB. So let me just print self dot attachments in DB, right? To see if we're getting anything. Set up this description, that's not the information about it. Okay, let's open it again. Let's open the other one. Nothing is happening, right? So let's try adding something. Well, let's select this one. File name, test, attachment. We're gonna need to add some padding at the bottom. Okay. File name, sub.ideas, file name.text. So you'll need to say dot ideas also dot text underscore input. So let's run it again. Maybe the comment is in here, right? So let's try opening the attachments here. Okay, so the attachment is in the other one, right? So I'm gonna be using the second project ID. So let's look at here, right? So where is the issue? String at index 0, right? ID, self.id. We have it, right? But let's look at tables.py. So we are passing, right, our ID here, like same as here. But why are we not getting the task ID? Oh, okay, so we are fetching stuff ID, right? But we have task ID already, right? Oh, oh, okay. Task ID, right? It should be this here. So then let's try and print this out. Self.id underscore, right? Oh, okay. Oh, what I'm thinking, like, oh, we don't have this ID, right? We didn't pass it here, so let's send it. So here we're just gonna say trying to be string. Let's just send it the way it is, right? So we're just gonna say, should we send it as a string? Let's send it as a string. X at index 0, right? So let's add a comma here, right? So let's run it again. I think this should fix it. The comment is this one. Okay, so here we have our attachment, right? So let's try adding an attachment here. So let's select this one, file name, test subject. Oh, that's the issue now. So let me just fix that attachment model part real quick. So when adding attachments, right, inside this try, that's where something funny happened, right? So we don't have comment here, right? So let's take this line here and let's paste it here, right? And this should be get attachments like this. And also let's duplicate this line, right? Let's scroll up. You just need this on. Okay. So when this thing updated in the background, right? My VS Code keys changed, right? But anyways, let me scroll down and these two image. This needs to be lowercase like this. Control save it. So this should allow us to I think inside here we need to say select image dot, right? So this should allow us to, whenever we add a file, right? This should allow us to clear the link to the image file, right? So that it's just gonna be set to the default. So let's run it and see if we're gonna get any errors. Okay, so let's open this one. So this one, right? We got an error, but we had managed to add something, right? So let's test if we can add something else. So let's choose this one. Here they say this should be the final test, right? So let's add. Okay, so here we have it, and here we'll select image here, right? So attachments is done. So let's close this. So now we need to work on these charts, right? So we should have a bar chart, Gantt chart, critical path, and timeline. So for most of these, right, we need to have a start date, right, for our tasks. So let's just do that real quick and add a start date, right? So let's minimize this. And we need to open tasks again, right? So let's start with tasks.kv. Scroll down. So I'm gonna copy this. Then this is going to be start date, like this. Then if we open tables, we need to look for tasks. So this is due date. So this needs to be start date, right? So let's add it. Okay. Now let's open tasks.py, right? Tasks. I always have trouble pronouncing that. Okay. Okay. Due date. So this needs to be start date. So let's add one time here, like this. So this one is gonna apply. We're just gonna put it at the end, right? So the this should be at index 0, right? Because we have assigned to instead index 9. Uh, this should be at index 8. If this scroll down, see. So our image is at index 8, right? So start date is going to be at index 9, and this one should be at index 10. Like this. So let's this needs to be, so this is going to be at index 10, and this one is going to be at index 9. So for now, we don't have this inside our database, but we're just gonna put it. Okay. So let's scroll down. Here we should have start date. So I'm just gonna pause the video, right? Then make sure I just add back my VS Code keys, shortcut keys and stuff to this PyCharm now. Then we can proceed, right? And every day I ask myself if I made the wrong decision. Ugh, just not to work, but okay. Let's just proceed. Now we're almost done, so let's just do it manually. No shortcuts, no nothing, right? Okay, so let's scroll down. So here, this needs to be start date. Let's do the same here. So let's duplicate this. So let's do this one. So this one is meant to be start date. Right. Oh, so let's add our start date after our img variable, right? Okay. Index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that's fine. So we're gonna add our start date at the end, right? So let's just put it here. Underscore date. Um okay. This should be start date, not just start. So let's add one more percentage s like this. So we should be able to add our start date, right? Whenever we add the tasks, right? So let's do the same for updating. Okay. Like this. So let's duplicate this and change this to start underscore date. So this should be at index 7, like this, right? Um so this should be Uh, okay. This should be fine. So let's do the same. Okay. So now this should be fine also. So now let's open this, right? And here we have tasks, right? So what we need to do, let's click here where it says structure, right? Then add one after mg, press go. Let me just check something real quick. Due date is just date. Okay, fine. So this is going to be start date, and this needs to be date. So let's minimize this, right? Um, we have an error somewhere. Start date is equal to, so let's put quotes here, right? Okay, save it. So we already added it inside our table, so we need to do the same inside our models, right? Okay. So this needs to be start date, and we should have an on start date function, right? So I'm gonna copy this, then paste it on top here, right? Then this is going to be start like this. So what we need to do now is we need to duplicate the due date widget, right? Attachments, comments, attachments model, comments model. Okay, so we need this one. So here we have due date, right? So when I control C, control V it, right? Then this becomes start date, and this becomes start like this. So let's try and run it and see if this worked out. Okay, so let's open this one, right? And click on tasks here. So here we have console. So let's try and click on this and set a start date. So let's say this ends on the 15th. So let's say this starts on the 2nd. So let's update. Cannot add updated child role for I hate these kinds of errors. Okay, so let's cancel. Let's try adding. Let's select this image. So let's call this task 1, description, testing, staff member, Lucy Doe, start date, the 2nd, due date, the 11th. Let's try the 19th. Um, under review. So let's add. Okay, so we can add with ease, right? So let's add a few tasks, right? So we can have something to work with when creating this timeline. Then we're gonna do this, then also for the critical part and the Gantt chart, right? Now let's select which image. Um, let's select this one. So this becomes task 2, right? Description, testing, and adding random chats. So let's assign this to Sophia Lee. So then we said the start date is going to be let's say the 11th, right? And the due date is going to be the 21st. Select status to do, right? So let's add. So the only issue here is updating, right? That's the only issue here. But anyways, let's minimize this. Let's open XAMPP. Um, let's look at tasks, right? Let's check the structure, relation view. So where do we have so let's set this to cascade. Okay. So now let's go and rerun our app and see if we can update, right? Ugh. Let's open our app again, right? Let's try deleting this one. Let's see if we don't have any problems deleting. Okay, so we don't have any problems. Try and edit this, right? Okay, so we can't edit this, but we can delete and everything else, right? So let's go back to so let's minimize this, right? And let's open tasks.py. So we just making sure that this logic is fine, right? Before we do anything else. Okay. And this should be fine. So I guess it's our data. Or if it's not our database, right? Might just have a few issues that might be in there in this, right? So let's open our SAMP, right? And click on our tasks here, right? So the other thing I'm thinking about is we set these to cascade, right? When we're trying to delete earlier on, right? So we might as well just get rid of this cascade on update because all our IDs will be auto incremented, right? So we are not going to need to update them manually. So we really don't need this one, right? So I'm just gonna put it back to restrict. Hopefully that works. Um, let's save this. Let me close this. Okay. So let me open PyCharm and run this again. Okay, so let me try and update this one and set this to Mark Johnson. Okay, so now we can update. So let's try deleting, and you can delete easily, right? So let's just add some dummy information, then we can work on our project timeline screen, right? So let's set this to task 3 description, still testing, right? Let's say it starts on the 5th, then it's due on the 8th, right? Status to do. So let's add this. So let's add another one. Let's say last dummy task, right? Description, dummy info inserted. Let's assign this to Lucidor, right? Then we can say this starts on the 7th and it's due on the 17th. So let's select this status and let's say it's under review, right? So let's add this. So now we have 3 of these, right? Okay. So what we need to do is we need to minimize this, then open our terminal. Okay, so inside our terminal, I'm gonna say cd views, right? So we're gonna navigate to our views folder. Then gonna make use of our create screen.py. So you're gonna say create Python create underscore screen.py, and our screen we're just gonna call it timeline, like this, right? Okay. So let's open our app folder here and let's import timeline, right? So I'm going to duplicate this, then change this to timeline. Okay, save it, right? I need set overview. I need our models for pi, right? So this needs to be timeline like this. So now let's open timeline.kv. So we can start with timeline.kv, right? Then let's just open timeline.py. So do we need tasks? So let's get rid of this init.py for now, right? Okay. So here, right, let's put some spacing of 20 display pixels, right? Get rid of this orientation, and let's duplicate this, then change this one to padding, right? Okay. So let's have two custom box layouts. So here we're gonna say custom box layout, right? Or we can have just one box, like one custom box layout, then you can have some division. Because what I'm thinking of doing is we're gonna have a chart, right? Well, that will be showing the project timeline. Then we can have like a key, right? Which is gonna show whether this is set to. Or we may not need to do that. We can just have our project timeline just displayed. So let's not have a custom box layout, right? And let's just get rid of the spacing like this. Then just have a box layout. Yeah, let's just have a box layout. Then let's give it an ID of timeline underscore chart, right? So let's just keep it simple. Let's not overdo this thing. So now we need timeline.py here. So we are definitely gonna need a user ID and project ID, right? So let's open overview.py. Then we're gonna need get project ID and user ID, right? So I'm gonna copy this line here down to here, right? Then paste it inside timeline.py like this. Let's import JSON. Okay. So we're gonna need user ID and project ID. Okay. So let's duplicate this, then make this one project ID. So let's import this. And let's import this clock on kv.clock. Okay. So after getting these, right, so we're gonna need our project ID and our user ID to fetch the information that we're gonna need, right? So we need to change this to show project underscore timeline, right? So here we're just gonna say define, then paste this. It's gonna take in south, right? So we're going to need our tasks, right? So we're just gonna say, so what we need to do, right? We need to have some lists, right? So what these lists are going to contain is a task name, start date, end date, and the status, right? So let's just do that real quick. So the first one is going to be task let's say 1, right? Then let's have start date. Let's just say 2025, right? Dash 08. Excuse me. Dash 02, right? So let me just copy this. Then let's set this to do, right? So let's say this ends on the 11th, like this, right? So what we can do, right, is just duplicate this. Then once we can see the chart, right, and it's looking okay, then we can fetch the task from our database. So here let's add a comma, 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 like this. This one is going to be task 2. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? Then let's make this 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, right? Excuse me. So then becomes 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, right? So let's set this to cancel. Then let's set this to in progress. Let's set this to under review. Let's set this to completed. Okay. So this should be fine, right? Yeah, let's create a list variable, right? So let's just call it converted underscore tasks, right? And this is going to be an empty list. Then we need to color map our task statuses, right? So let's create a list, a dictionary, right? Instead, let's just call it color underscore map, right? Like this. So let's have two dash do, right? So we're gonna use the color codes we were using inside our overview dot py, right? So for now, let's just put quotes and a hashtag. So we're gonna fetch the colors in a minute. So let's cover this. So here we've in progress, right? So let's put it here. We have under the veil. Let's put it here. The other one should be completed like this, then cancel. Like this, right? So let's click on overview and get the colors that we have. So on to do, we have we set this one to E9. So let's just put E9, right? Then under review, let's copy this. Okay. In progress. So let's copy this color. Mixed up colors, right? So let me paste this here. Then place this. There. 219, it's in progress. Okay, fine. So completed. Let's copy this. Paste it here. Then let's copy this one. And this is one. This one is going to be cancelled. Okay. Oh, huh. So now, right, we need to convert our date strings, excuse me, then convert them to numbers and sort those everything out by start date, right? So here we're just gonna say for label, right? Comma, start, comma, and comma, status, and tasks, like this, right? So we're gonna say start underscore start number. It's going to be dates, right? Dot date to and this. Then this put parentheses. Then we're gonna say date time dot strp tab, right? Then let's put parentheses. So inside there, we're just gonna say start, right? Then comma, then open quotes. So when I say percentage capital letter Y, then dash percentage small letter m, right? Dash percentage lowercase d, right? Like this. Let's duplicate this. And this becomes and like this. So let's import this. Oh, okay. We don't need to be doing this. Okay. So now let's have our converted task, right? So we created it here, right? So now we need to append some information there. Then we're gonna say dot append. So what are we appending? A list, and now list has label, comma, start num, comma, and num, comma, and status, right? Okay, okay, okay. Excuse me. So we just need to scroll up real quick and do some imports, right? Then we're gonna use those imports to do whatever we wanna do. The first thing we need import matplotlib, right? Dot py plot as plt, right? Then we need to import matplotlib dot dates and dates, but this, right? Then we already imported datetime with datetime, right? So we need to say from kiwi underscore garden, right? Dot matplotlib dot backend. We need kiwi arg, right? Like this. So we need to import figure canvas kiwi arg as fck, right? So let's go back down and let's proceed. Oh, excuse me, 1 sec. Okay, let's proceed, right? So here we need to say converted tasks, right? Dot sort. So let's put parentheses here. Then inside here we need to say key is equal to lambda x, right? Semicolon x at index 1, like this. So what this does is it just sorts everything starting by start date, right? So it's gonna sort everything by start date. Need to say key here. So now let's have a for loop here. So here we're gonna say for I, but comma. So let's put our parentheses, and inside parentheses we're gonna say label, comma, start, comma, and comma, status, right? Into parentheses, then in enumerate. So what are we enumerating? Converted tasks, right? Like this. So after doing that, we're gonna say color is equal to color map, right? Dot get. Then inside parentheses, we're gonna say status, excuse me, comma. So here let's add the color, right? So that the color is not available, we're just gonna default to that color. So for this, which color did we put? Let's put a blue color. Then let's just say hashtag 007BFF, right? And after doing that, we need to say AX dot bar horizontal bar edge. Then let's put parentheses, right? So we forgot to put figure, right? But then we're just gonna put it above this for loop, right? I just remembered when we started looking on this bar edge here. So inside parentheses here, we need to say I, comma, and minus start, right? Comma. Then we're gonna say left is equal to start, comma, color is equal to color, right? Then we need to say ax dot text, then put parentheses. Inside there, let's put more parentheses. Then we're gonna say start plus and, right? Then exit parentheses. Then we're gonna divide that by 2, right? Then put a comma, then I, comma, then let's put some label in there, comma, then HA is going to be left and H here. So this is going to be center, right? Horizontal line, then vertical. The line is going to be center also. So let's give this some font size. So font size needs to be, you're just gonna set it to 8. Don't have an underscore here. Then let's give this some font weight, right? So let's make this bold, right? Then finally, let's give this some color. Just gonna say hashtag 222 like this, right? So between a conflicted task or sort and this for loop, right? We're gonna say fig, comma, ix. Then this is going to be equal to plot dot sub plots, right? So let's put parentheses and let's put I don't know. Let's put 9,4, right? Let's see how this will look up. So after doing this, right, let's customize text labels and breed, right? So to do that, we're just gonna say ax dot set underscore y text, right? Then put parentheses. So inside parentheses, we're gonna say range like this, right? Then range is going to be length of converted tasks, right? So that will be our range for our y ticks. So we left an end there, right? Fix this. So after doing this, we need to set y tick labels, right? So we'll say ax dot set underscore y tick labels, right? So let's put parentheses here. Then inside that, let's put square brackets. So inside there, we're just gonna say task at index 0, right? Space. Then we're gonna say for task in. Then we need to exit our square brackets. Then put a comma, right? Then let's give this a font size and set this to 6, comma. Then some font weight. Then let's set this to bold like this. Then I need we need to say ax is equal to plt dot gca, right? And we need to put parentheses. Then now what we need to do here is we need to get rid of, if you've worked with matplotlib before, you know that it adds some borders right around our chart or plot or whatever you're working on. So now we need to get rid of that. So here we need to say ax dot spines, right? Then square brackets. Inside the square brackets, the first one is going to be top, so it's going to be for the top spine, right? So we're gonna set this to, so we're gonna say dot set underscore visible, then put parentheses, then inside parentheses we're just gonna pass it false. So I'm just gonna make this transparent. So we need to do this 30 more times. So let's change this to right to it, and this one is going to be bottom, and this is going to be left, right? Save. So after doing this, we're just gonna say ax dot ax axis, right? Pardon, which is that, like this. Dot set underscore major underscore formatter, right? So what are we formatting in? It's dot date formatter, right? Then we'll add parentheses. So inside parentheses, we're gonna pass in percentage lowercase d dash percentage lowercase m, right? Dash percentage underscore. Oh, excuse me. So this one is going to be dash percentage lowercase y, right? Then we need to say ax dot x axis, right? Then we're gonna say set underscore major. So this needs to be major located. Like this one, let's put parentheses. Then inside parentheses, just gonna say m dates dot month locator, right? This right here. So now let's say plt dot x ticks, right? Then put parentheses. So inside parentheses, we're just gonna say rotation. We're gonna set it to 90 degrees. So just 90. Then font size, we're just gonna set it to 6. Then font weight is going to be bold, right? Then do we need grid? Let's just add it. And then if it looks okay, we'll leave it there, right? So plt.grid, right? The input parentheses. So inside parentheses, we're just gonna say axis is going to be x in quotes, right? Put a comma, then line style. It's going to be, so let's do this, right? Then this is the comma, then we're gonna say out for it. So let's set it to 0.4. So let's look at timeline.kg, right? So we'll call this timeline chart, okay? So now let's make sure we add this to our KV file. So you're gonna say self.ids dot timeline underscore chart. So what we need to do is clear widgets, right? So in case we have anything there, we're just gonna clear everything. Let's say we open another screen, then we come back and wanna add something. So if we already have something displayed, it's just gonna pile up on it. And then appear at the side or at the bottom. So what we're gonna do is just gonna make sure that before we add our chart, we clear whatever is inside this box layout with the IT timeline chart, right? So underneath that, look, now we're gonna add our chart. So here we're gonna say self dot ideas dot timeline underscore chart, right? Dot add underscore widget, then put parentheses. So what are we adding? Then here we're gonna say FCK, then put parentheses. Then inside we're just gonna say fig. This should be lowercase. Right. So let's run this. That's taking way too long. But anyways, so let's click on this and let's click on timeline, right? So timeline user ID accept only string. So I'm more worried about semi-closed loop is supported. Okay, dismiss. So I'm more worried about this plot, right? And it's showing me errors for these two here. So let's wrap this inside parentheses, then put str here, right? So that to make sure there is a string. Then let's do the same for this one also, right? So let's run it again. Okay. We should have something there, right? AX bar H numpy.ndra is attribute bar H. Okay. Let's say 2.2, right? Okay. Let's go for the whole thing line by line. Yeah. Okay, so this thing is showing us here. So let's get rid of these actually. Then inside here, let's just say fig size is equal to, then let's say 8, comma 5 like this, right? I also noticed that here I kept start. So just put I should put end here like this. Hey. So let's try and run it. I hope this works now. Locator must be, excuse me, must be an instance of matplotlib or tigger.locator or a type, right? So what do we have for our locator? Because I can see here at set major locator mdays.month locator. Okay. So let's put parentheses here like this and try to run it again. Okay. So here we have a project timeline, guys, and it's looking good. Okay, so real quick, right? If we open timeline.kv, right? Next to this box layout, right? I'm just thinking of putting a box layout here. And giving this box layout size int x underscore x of none and some height width of let's say 170 display pixels, right? Then we need to give this some orientation of vertical, right? Let's give it some spacing of let's try 10 display pixels. So what we're gonna do inside this box layout, right? First I'm gonna put an empty label like this. Then I'll give it some text. All right. So the text is just going to be key, right? Then now the color, we're just gonna give it a gray color. So it's going to be hashtag AD8by8C, right? Let's give this some font style. Font underscore style. We're gonna set it to label, right? Let's make this uppercase. Just like let's let's leave it like this. Then let's do this. Let's set our so row here. Let's set it to small, right? We can leave it aligned to the left. Then let's make it bold. So bold is going to be true, right? So underneath this MD label, we're gonna add a box layout. And we're gonna give this box layout, we're gonna leave it with the horizontal orientation, right? But let's give this size int y. So size int y, we're gonna set it to none. Excuse me. There's a many typos on one line. Size int y, then our height, we're gonna set it to 40 display pixels. Or should we say 30? Let's set it to 30 display pixels. Then let's give this some spacing of 20 display pixels, right? So inside this box layout, we're gonna put an MD label. So let me just copy this and paste it here. Okay. So the text here, right, is going to be to do, right? Mm, Down here, right? I want to put a box layout. So I'm thinking of putting a box layout, right? Then give it some padding of 10 display pixels. So it's going to have like 5 display pixels to display what I want to display, right? So let's try that out. And if it doesn't work, we can just increase the size of the parent box layout to 40 display pixels. So here, let's say box layout, right? Size underscore hint underscore x was going to be null, and the width is going to be self dot height, right? Then we're gonna give this some padding of let's do 5 display pixels, right? So that we don't have to increase the size of the parent box layout. So let's put 5 display pixels here. Then inside this box layout, I put another box layout. And in here, we're just gonna say canvas dot before, then color, GPA, GPA. Okay, let's put parentheses, box inside, hashtag. So I'm gonna have to match the colors with when did we put the colors here, right? Copy this, then paste it here, right? So we're gonna need to do is E9, E9, E9. So let's put it here. So here we're gonna say rounded rectangle. Then pause. It's going to be self.pause. Then size is going to be self.size. Then radius is going to be self.height, right? So it's just gonna be like a gray circle inside there, right? So let me copy this. Then paste it 4 more times. 1, 2, 3, 4. So the second color is this one for in progress, right? So this is the first one to do. So let's change this. Then this should be in progress. Like this. Then this should be, let's put under review. Then we need completed. Then cancelled. Okay. So let's deal with cancelled. Paste it here. Then completed. Paste it here. Then this is the color for under review, right? So let's paste it here. So now after doing this, right, let's get rid of our color map here. Then underneath this box layout, let's add an empty box layout so that it pushes everything upwards. So let's run this and see how this looks. Okay, so let's create the second project, right? Then let's look at a timeline. Okay, so here we have our key, right? We just have to make these ones not bold, right? So just gonna get rid of bold here. Then maybe reduce the size of it to maybe 140 display pixels, right? Okay, so let's minimize this. Get rid of this. So this is to do, okay, save it. So let's look at our app again, right? So let's just make sure that we can use information from our database, right? That's the best thing we can do for now. Then from there, we're just gonna link everything with logging in and whatnot, right? Then these are just charts, matplotlib charts, right? So you can work on them as part of your own homework, should we say, call it, right? Quotes. Yeah. So let's just make sure that we get this information from our database. Then we can just work on authentication and connect everything all at once, right? So let's minimize this. So we need timeline.py, right? So okay, let's of timeline.kv, get rid of models. We need the overview. I think we're gonna need it. Our text, close it. Tables. So let's take our test.py, right? My instance of our terminal here. Okay. So let's copy from here. Right. Control C, go to timeline.py. Then let's paste this here. Right. So we're not gonna need an image. So let's get rid of these lines here. Right. Excuse me. So we only need the name, right? So let's look at this. We only need the name, the start date, end date, and status. So we don't need to fetch so let's import this real quick. And import this. Okay. So let's clean this up, right? So that we can only fetch the information that we need. So we're only gonna say select all, right? Or we can select them individually, but let's just do select all. Where user ID and project ID, right? Like this. And we send these two, right? So here, we don't need this one, assign to. So let's look at it. We need a title, start date, due date, and status. So we need 1, 2, 3. So let's get rid of this. And this ID, you're not gonna need it. So let's get rid of it, right? So this here is a list, right? So we need to append it. So let's make it a list and not a dictionary. Then we're gonna append that list to this list, right? So let's copy this one. Then let's I'll have to fix this VS Code key map thingy after recording this video. Right? So let me just copy this and like this. So here I'm just gonna say data is equal to this, right? Excuse me. So here I'm gonna put a parenthesis, then str, right? So I'm just gonna do the same for this, this, and this, right? So our title is going to be index 3, right? So let's put this in here. Our start date, index 9. So let's put this here. Like this. Due date, index 6. Then status at index 7. Okay, so let's get rid of this line here. This should look like this, right? So now we need to append this data to this one. Oh, keep forgetting, bro. So here when I say task dot append data, right? So let's save this. Okay. So now what we're gonna do is need to get rid of. So let's just comment this out. Oh crap. So let's tap this inside once, right? Then I'm gonna select this here, cut it, then I'll paste it at the bottom here, right? Save it. So I'm gonna try and run this and see if we can get something. Okay. Timeline. Okay, so we got some information here. Right, so now we're using the tasks that are in a database, right? So what we're gonna do now is I'm gonna close this, minimize this. Let's open init.py here, right? Then let's uncomment out of this, right? Uh, Still used to those Visual Studio key maps, man. Okay, so let's run this and see if we can log it from start to finish, right? Okay, so let's select the name, right? So let's select Mark Johnson and password. You set all the password to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? So let's try logging in. Invalid credentials. So let's minimize this, right? And open login.py. So I'm gonna get rid of this, and this, right? login. So we're gonna need login.py. So let's look at it. Login, password hashed. So we're hashing our password, right? So let's look at something real quick. So this is a stuff ID. It's a string property. Oh, okay, fine. So let's try printing it out here on top here when we here. So here let's print self dot stuff underscore ID. So we just want to make sure that it's not converted to a numeric property by our custom widget, right? So let's run this. I hope it's not turned into a float. That's my main worry, right? So let's do this. It should print out something. Oh, okay. We need to select the stuff member, right? Then press this here, minimize it. So here we got true, right? So which means there's nothing wrong with this stuff ID. So let's clear this up. Let's go to our stuff, right? So it's inside views and stuff. We need stuff.py. So let's see if we are converting the password, if we are hashing it before we add it, right? So here we didn't hash the password, right? So let's look at login. Where do we have the hashing part? Hashed password. So let me copy this, right? So and let's paste it here, right? So we hashed the password here, right? So now we need to pass in this one here. So let's import hashlib. So I'm gonna copy this. Then we need to paste it when updating, right? So we need to put it here. And this needs to be password underscore hashed like this, right? So now let's open any.py, right, inside our app folder and comment these out, right? Then so after commenting these ones out, right, we are going to open stuff.py, then update all passwords, then try logging in again. What am I doing now? Control Shift forward slash is not commenting, right? Same as this one. Okay, so let me just delete this, right? Then I just make sure, then I just redo them. So let's run it again. We're done with this one. We need to work on this one, right? So let's click Mark Johnson, right? And set the password to 1234567 8. Update. Let's do Sophia Lee. 1234567 8. Update. Let's do Lucidor. Password 1234567 8. Update. Okay. Minimize this. So now let's Control Z, run it again, and see if we can log in now. Okay, let's select Lucidor. Password 1234567 8, right? Logging in. Okay. So as you can see here, we don't have an overview page, right? So let's try and have a few charts here, right? So we can, okay. So let's minimize this. So let's get rid of this one here. We might need it, but anyways. Let's scroll down, right? Do we have cards? Don't have cards. So here, let's create a custom widget. So let's just call it cards.pirate. Then let's look at this one and let's create a custom widget. So this one should be info card, right? And it's gonna come from widgets.cards. Then this needs to be info card. Like this, right? So let's go to cards.py and we can work on this one, right? Oh, what's happening here? Okay. So let's say class, right? So call this info card like this. So this is going to inherit from our custom box layout, right? So this should have an icon, right? And this should be a string property. Then let's duplicate this. So here we should say color, right? So this should be a color property. Then here we have info like this. So this is string property and title like this. So let's import this. Okay. So we need a builder, right? So here let's say from kiwi.lang import builder like this. Then here we need to say builder dot load string, right? So inside here, let's put our info card, right? Like this. So let's give our info card an orientation of vertical, right? Then padding, let's set it to 10 display pixels. Then let's give it some spacing of, let's put 10 display pixels also. This, so now let's put our title, right? So let's say MD label here, and our text is going to be foot dot title. Now let's give this some font style. And we're gonna set this to label, draw. Let's set it to small. Let's align this to the center. Like this. Then let's give it a gray color. So color here, let's say hashtag 484749. It's 49 or 48. Let's start with 49. So underneath our title, let's add an icon. So here let's just say box layout, right? Excuse me. Let's give it a sizing to Y. Of none. Height. Let's set it to 40 display pixels. Right. So what we can do, right? Let's just change this to a float layout. Like this. Then now here, let's put an MD icon. Then the icon is going to be coming from root dot icon, like this. And let's say theme underscore text underscore color. It's going to be custom. Like this. Then our text underscore color, right, is gonna come from root dot color, like this. Then let's give this a position edge. So this pose underscore hint, right? So our center X, right, we need to set it to 0.5, right? So it's going to be at the center horizontally. Then we need to do the same for center Y. So it's going to be at the center vertically, right? Like this, okay. Now let's add an info widget, right? So let's copy this. Okay. The style here, let's change it to title. And this needs to be info, like this. Raw, let's make it medium, like this. Align this to the center. Let's get rid of this gray color, but let's make this text bold, right? Or we can make the title bold. So let's just see how this looks first. True, like this. So let's save it. Let's open our dashboard, right? We have dashboard here. So let's open a whole. I just want to check something real quick. View dashboard navigation. Where do we have our screens? So we don't have this just yet, right? So I'm gonna change this to dashboard. So let's open our terminal, right? CD views, then Python create underscore screen.py dashboard. Okay, our screen has been created, so let's import it. Let's import it here. So this needs to be dashboard 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 like this, right? Let's open dashboard.kv, right? Leave it like this. Then let's open, where do we have this thing? Any.py, right? So what I'm just gonna do here is just gonna take this and push it to the top, right? And just paste it here like this. So inside our dashboard, right? For now, I'm just gonna put a button. So let's run this. Okay, we didn't put it here. So here we need to say dashboard, right? So let's run it again. Okay, so here we have our screen, right? Okay, so now let's work on this and add some info cards, then see if we can add a chart at the bottom and maybe a pie chart somewhere. So let's minimize this. We need the dashboard. So here, right, let's give this some spacing of 20 display pixels and let's duplicate this, change the one on top to padding, right? So here, let's create a box layout. And let's see. For our info cards to like display, okay, fine. Let's check first because I might be rushing. So here, let's say size underscore inter y, right? When I set this to none, then let's give this some height of say 20, 40. Let's try 160 display pixels. I want to check something. Then here, when I say info card, right? So let's look at our cards down here. So let's copy these and paste them here. Okay. So our icon, just to test, let's just say plus, right? Color, we're just gonna say 0096C7, right? Info, let's say testing. Title, just say just testing, right? So I'm gonna copy this, then paste it like this, right? So let me just put true. So I'm gonna copy this box layout again, paste it below this one, but inside here I'm gonna add some padding. of 20 display pixels, because I want to see if I can just add the padding from here instead of adding it here, so that everything lines up with our top now info more like info box layout with the logout button, the notification buttons, and the currently logged in user, right? Then underneath this one, let's just put an empty box layout so it pushes everything upwards. Okay, so let's run this. Valid property name on icon. Why is it invalid? Okay, I think I know why. Here we should add a 9, right? And this should be semicolon. Let me just get rid of this and all of these. So let's run it again. Okay. So in the first one, we can see our shadow, right? Okay, so that's fine. So let's just worry about nothing. Okay, so let's minimize this. Get rid of the second one. Reduce the size of this to 120. Then let's give this some space of 20 display pixels, right? So let's look at our creative pie and see what information we can fetch, right? So we can display total staff, total projects, total tests, total comments, or total attachments. We can actually display the count of all of these, right? If we want to. So let's try that. We need this one. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So here, let's set it to attachment, right? So this is going to be total attachments, like this. Then let's split this to the right. So this needs to be total comments. Then this is going to be comment outline, right? So info here, this needs to be root dot total underscore comments. So we don't have this yet. We're gonna create it. Root dot total attachments, like this. Then this needs to be total tasks, right? Info needs to be total underscore tasks. I don't remember the icon we used for task, but we're just gonna go look for it. Then here we have let's put total staff here, or total projects. Info is going to be root, not total projects, right? And the icon we used for projects was was briefcase outline, right? Then we have total stuff. Total underscore title should be without this underscore. And this needs to be old dot total stuff. And here we need to say account outline. Okay. So let's create these variables inside our dashboard.py. So we need total underscore stuff. Let's set it to a string property. Now this, so let's duplicate it. Right. So this is going to be total projects. This is going to be total tests. This needs to be total comments. This needs to be what can you call this? Total attachments, right? Like this. So we're gonna need a user ID. So here let's say user underscore ID is equal to a string property, right? So I don't want it being turned into a float by accident or something by the numeric property, right? So for now, let's put random numbers. So here let's just say, so I'm gonna copy this, then paste it here, 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 and here, right? So for the colors, let's close login. Let's close stuff. Right. Let's close cards. We're not gonna need to update it or anything. But let's look at our timeline, right? And let's copy our color map, right? So now we're just using these colors at random. So let's paste this here. So let's copy this and paste it here. And let's copy this. So I'm just pasting these at random. We need the red color. We don't need the red one. So this is this one, this one, this one. So let's paste this one here. So we still need to change one of these, right? So let's take this one. Okay. So now let's get rid of our color map. And let's run this. Info total tasks. Root dot. Okay, run it again. Okay, so here we have our info cards and they're looking great. So now we just need to get the icon we use to represent our tasks, right? So let's close this, open was in models.py, I think. Okay, it's this one. Where do we have our icons? Tasks. Okay, so let's copy this and paste it here like this. So let's run it again. Okay, so this is looking fine, right? So the next question is what can we display next, right? What kind of chart can we add? So let's look at our table structure, right, and see what we can put. So let's minimize this. So let's have 3 charts, right? So just gonna do this here. Then let's give this some size in Y. Or let's not give it any size in Y, but let's give it some spacing so that we can just make sure that this one on top and the one on the bottom, right, they are the same size. So let's just look at this real quick. I just want to check something. So here we have a gray background color, right? So what we need to do is we're gonna create 2 pie charts, right? In the middle here, then a bar chart at the bottom. That's what I'm thinking. So we're gonna display projects, right? The pie chart is gonna be like by the status of the projects. Then we're gonna do tasks also using the status of the tasks, right? So those are going to be our 2 pie charts. Then we're gonna have a bar chart at the bottom, right? So let's minimize this. So right here, I'm just gonna add some spacing, right, of 20 display pixels like this. Then inside, I'm just gonna add some custom box layout like this. Then I think I should add a small label here and a box layout inside. Okay. So inside here, right, we need to give this an orientation of vertical, some spacing. We might have very little space to work with, right? So should we give it space? Let's not give it space. Yeah, I'm just gonna put a box layout, right, and give it an ID. So I'm gonna copy this, then do the same here, right? So this one is going to be projects by status. And this is going to be tasks by status, like this. Then down here, right, I'm gonna have a bar chart. Excuse me for 1 minute. Okay, forgotten to put an MD label here, right? So let's just put this real quick. So here we're gonna say MD label, right? So let's give it a size int Y of none and some height of 20 display pixels, right? Okay. Yeah. Text, right? Excuse me. The just put projects. Then let's put status here, right? Like this. Then let's give this some font style. So let's set it to label and draw. Let's set it to small, right? And let's give it a color. Let's give it gray. The same gray we put in our info card, right? So here, let's say color. So this is going to be hashtag was what? 4A4749, if I'm not mistaken. Then let's align this to the center, right? Like this. So I'm going to copy this. Then I'm gonna paste it here. Then this one is going to be tasks like this, right? So let's just run it and see how this looks. Oh, okay. We might need to add a little bit of padding here, right? 10 display pixels should be fine. So let's minimize this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm up. Let me just do it manually. I keep forgetting that I'm no longer using VS Code Keymax, right? So here let's say padding. So let's set this to 10 display pixels. So Control C, let's place this here, save it. So this should fix our problem, right? So now let's open dashboard.py and see if we can put two charts inside there, right? So we need timeline.py. So let's scroll up. I'm gonna copy. We're not gonna need them dates, but let me just copy it and paste it here, right? Then inside timeline, we're not gonna need project ID, but let me just copy this whole thing here. Then get rid of timeline.py. Then paste it here, right? So let's import warning pop-up. Leave these two lines here. Then get rid of everything else inside this try block, right? So let me leave tasks. Here's a placeholder. Let's import connection. On this, need to import JSON. We're not gonna need the project ID, right? So let's close it. We're gonna need user ID. Yep. We have user ID here. Okay, fine. Let's get rid of this file. Okay. So now we need to, let's look at dashboard. So this is projects by status, right? So this needs to be project by status, right? So let's duplicate this, and this needs to be tasks by status, like this, right? So we don't have this function just yet, so I'm just gonna comment it out like this, right? Show project by status. So let's remove this part. Okay. Um, okay, right. So now let's work on our task by status, right? Where are we still getting? Okay, this one we're gonna solve this in a second. So here, let's say test get your is equal to, so what's the SQL statement? So here we're gonna say select, let's make this uppercase. Select status, right? Comma, then we're gonna need count. So let's put star here, right? So count, right? From projects. So let's say where user underscore ID is equal to percentage S, like this, right? Then group by status, like this, right? So here we need values. So inside of values, we just need a self.user ID, like this. Then now we need to say cursor dot execute. What are we executing? SQL and values, like this. Excuse me. Now we need the information, right? So let's just call it data. So data is equal to cursor dot fetch all, right? Now that we have this, so we're gonna say status is equal to, so let's put a list, right? And inside that list, we're gonna say raw at index 0 for raw in data, right? Like this, right? So, okay, so let's duplicate this. And this needs to be counts, right? Like this. So this needs to be at index 1, like this, right? Excuse me. So now let's try and display this. And then if it works or and if it looks okay, then we're gonna just do some minor tweaks to make it look all right, right? So here, let's say plt dot figure, right? So inside there, we're just gonna say feed size, then parentheses, let's say 6,6, right? Excuse me. Plt dot pi. So we need to pass the counts, right? Comma, labels. So labels is going to be our statuses, right? Okay. Um, auto C, it's auto PCT, right? So let's set this to, let's say percentage, right? So we need 3, right? Okay. So right here, let's say 1, comma 1, like this. So let's have a start angle. So let's set this to 130, right? So when I start at 130 degrees, excuse me. So do we need a title for this? Ah, I don't think we need a title for this. So let me just do this real quick. So here excuse me, let's say shadow, right? And let's set this to true. Let's say text props, right, is equal to true. Let's put these here curly braces. So inside we're gonna say font size. So let's set this to 8, then comma. Let's have color. Let's put this inside quotes, right? And let's make it it's like a dark gray color. So let's put 6 fives like this, right? So what we need to do, right? Here let's say feed. So feed, we're gonna say it's equal to plt dot gcf, right? Like this. Then we need to say plt dot tight underscore layout, right? And like this. So this needs to be plt like this. Let's try and run it. I hope this works. Okay, so we're not seeing anything here, right? So let's close it. I think we should have colors, right? So here, let's say colors is equal to colors. So let's put a comma here. So we know that we're only gonna have like 5 statuses, right? So what we need to do here, let's create a list and let's call it colors like this. So since we're only gonna have 5, right? We need to find a way to make sure that if we have only 3, we're only gonna get 3 colors. If we have 5, we're only gonna get 5 colors, right? So inside here, let's add like 5 colors, right? Inside here. So the first one, let's say hashtag 4C AF50, right? So I'm just gonna comma up there. Hashtag. So let's say 219 6F3, right? Then we can have hashtag FFC107, right? So now we have 3. Then we need excuse me, let's say F44336, right? So this is the 4th one. Now we need the 5th one, right? Hashtag, so let's say 9C27BO 7B0, right? Okay, so let's save it. This here should say group by. like this. So let's save it and try and run it again. Um, they're not getting any error or anything. Show projects by status. Show project by status. Uh, why are we not seeing this? Oh, okay. So we don't have an home enter function here. That's why we're having issues. So let me just click on timeline and copy this line here and paste it here, right? So let's import clock. So let's run it again. So now if we have any errors, we can see them. Okay. So now we have our chart, right? Excuse me. So now we can try and have some space here, right? Between these uh slices or whatever, since it's a pie, right? So let's minimize this and scroll down and just edit this a little bit. So I'm thinking of adding a circle, right? I hope this works out and it looks okay. So here let's say center underscore circle, right? So here we're just gonna say plt dot circle, right? And let's put parentheses here. And put parentheses again, and they just say 0, 0, right? So let's exit. Then we're gonna say 0.70, or we can say 0.7, still fine. Then we're gonna say FC is equal to white, like this, right? So let's save this. Underneath this one, right? Let's say fig dot GCA, like this. Then dot add underscore artist. So what are we adding? Center circle, like this, right? So we should put it here and here, right? So let's save this and run it. If it doesn't work out, we can just remove it. Okay, so yeah, this has a circle in between, right? So it's gonna appear like it's radial. Okay, so let's minimize this. So now we need to do the second one, right? So I'm gonna copy this function and paste this here, right? So now this needs to be tasks like this. So let's scroll up. Let's uncomment this one. So we can leave the colors like this, or we can change them, right? So this needs to be tasks like this. But now we're gonna need a project ID, right? So let's look at dashboard by so tasks by status. So here let's just fetch all tasks. Then we don't have to like differentiate by project, right? So let's just fetch all tasks and let's copy this and paste it here and here, right? Like this. Save this. Let's try and run it first and see what do we get. Okay. So this is what we have, right? Um, we can change the colors so that we can have like different colors. So here, right, let's put a G here. So I'm just freestyling with colors. Let's put a 2 here. Let's put a 1. Let's remove 6 and put 3. Some of the colors might be non-existent, so bear with me here. Then here it says 00967. So this is like a light blue color. So let's run it. I use some of the colors gonna be non-existent. But anyways, let's proceed. So let's minimize this, right? Um, Let me just control Z everything, yeah. And leave the colors the same. So we also wanted to add a bar chart, right? So here, let's just call it um show bar chart, right? Like this, and it's by taking self. For now, let's say um let's copy this one here, right? Scroll down and paste it here, right? So let's leave this tight part here, right? We're not gonna need a circle, so let's take everything from here. Um, okay, so let's remove everything from here to here, right? So let's leave everything like this. Save it. So now we need to call this inside our unessentials function, right? So let's paste it at the bottom here. So here when I say self dot we call it what? Show bar chart, right? Like this. And let's look at dashboard.kv. Oh, okay. So let's make this a custom box layout. Let's copy this here, right? And paste it. So let's put some padding here of 10 display pixels, right? And let's give it some orientation. Orientation of vertical like this. Well, so let's align this to the left. I'm not feeling this center align label, right? So here we're just gonna call this bar chart because I still haven't decided which information are we displaying in our bar chart, right? Let's just put it here. So let's remove this center align. Same with here, right? Let's go back to dashboard.py, and this needs to be bar chart. Okay. So let's say SQL, right? So here let's say select, right? So what are we selecting? P name should be p dot name, comma. Let me just put it in one line. Then count. So what are we counting? T dot is total underscore tasks like this, right? From projects P left join tasks T on P dot ID, right? Is equals to T dot project underscore ID, where P dot user ID is equal to percentage S, then group by P dot ID, right? So for our values, right, I'm just gonna copy this here, like this, right? So now we don't need statuses, so we need project names. So this is going to be project underscore names, and this one here is going to be task counts. At this, right? So here, right, we have let's see, let's say plt dot clf, right? So we're just gonna clear any old plot. Then we're gonna say plt dot fig, right? Then we need fig size. It's going to be, let's try 7.5. Then plt dot bar, right? So what are we pressing here? Project names, right? Task counts, comma, and let's put some color, right? Or what we can do, we can make it a line, right, instead of bars. But let's just create it first, then see if we can put lines or a bar, right? So 2196 F3, right? Then put these inside quotes like this, right? So this should be POT, right? Like this. Excuse me. We need we don't need a title, right? Because we already have a title on top, right? Don't we put it with an empty label? We need X, but I need the next label. So let's say POT dot X label. So let's put parentheses here. Then inside X label, just my person projects, right? Let's try pressing in font size and say 8, right? So let's duplicate this, and this is going to be Y label. and this is going to be number of tasks, right? Then we need to rotate our x ticks, right? So let's say plot dot s ticks like this. Then we're gonna say rotation. So let's set it to 90. Then HA, we're just gonna say right like this. Let's try and run it and see what we get. Okay. So we need to select this and shift tail it once, right? So let's run it again. Okay. So we have this, right? But we've lost this one. So let's minimize this, right? Let's open a dashboard. So here we have info splines, right? Let's open timeline reply. I think we put it here. We need easier. So let me AX's POC those plots. So let's copy. So what we really need here that let's get rid of all of this. Then here let's try POT, right? So we don't have sprites inside POT, okay? Let's just find another way of just oh, okay. I just saw something real quick, right? Need to undo everything here. Need to scroll to the bottom, right? Here. Then you need to do whatever we wanna do here, not up there, right? If I just saw it and tried doing it, then I just noticed that I paused the recording when I went to get a glass of water, right? So I'm gonna pause this now and go finish up something real quick, then come back, finish this. You will notice that I actually left because I'm just gonna pause and continue, right? So I shouldn't even be saying anything. But anyways, I've been at it for hours now. I just need some rest. I hope you bear with me. Okay, so right here, right? So here we have PLT, right? So what we're gonna do here is gonna get rid of figure here, and let's say sub plots. Uh, sub plots, right? Like this. Then here we need to say fig, comma, ax, right? is equal to. So now that we have these, right? So if we go to timeline.py and copy these four here, right? We should be able to remove spines, right? So let me paste this and try to run it. Okay, so now we don't have our spine. So what we need to do now is nav- so let's do that. Where is the need to pi? So what we need to do, I'm just gonna do Control Z, save, run it again. Then you're just gonna see everything from the splash screen to the login screen and the dashboard. Okay, so let's select a user, right? So let's select Sophia Lee password. Okay, so let's log in. Okay, we're still not seeing one here, right? So let me minimize this and go to dashboard.py. Let me comment this out. I wanna Okay, so now here we have our dashboard, right? And it's working just fine. Um, so basically this is it, right? If you have any additions or subtractions or whatever you want to do to this, you can do it. So if you're coding along, whatever you made, that's your project. Whatever you want to do with it, it's all up to you, right? So peace, subscribe, and stay tuned for the next series.